Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
The town I moved to had ripped its church bell down years ago. But the Sunday I put it back, people started dying in the middle of the prayer. My name is Michael Hayes, and on paper, I am exactly the kind of person you expect to talk about miracles and second chances. I graduated from seminary, I packed up my little car, and I drove out to a place called Culling Ridge, because the conference told me they needed a shepherd. They did not mention that the first thing the town ever killed was its own bell. They did not mention why the steeple was blackened, or why the old men on the bench stopped talking the second I stepped out of my car. The bell had been their pride once. The Culling bell, painted right there on the welcome sign under a cartoon steeple. They took it down after a Sunday nobody will talk about, dragged it off the tower like a dead animal, and swore they would never let it ring again. When I got there, the church doors were boarded, the tower was empty, and the only sound on Sunday mornings was the wind whistling through the hole where the bell used to hang. I thought that was the problem I was sent to fix. I told myself I was just reopening a church. I told myself God does not delight in death, that whatever happened here was a tragic coincidence and not some curse trapped in a chunk of metal. So I ignored the way people flinched when I said rain or shine. I ignored the old woman who grabbed my sleeve and begged me not to touch the tower. And when a man named Ron finally unlocked a back room and showed me what they had hidden on a rotting pallet under a tarp, I put my hands on that cold, cracked bronze and decided I was strong enough to carry it back. The Sunday we hauled that bell up into the steeple again, the storm outside sounded like a crowd trying to get in. The first time it rang, the whole building shook, and a man in the third pew dropped before I finished the sentence I was praying. If you think this is just a story about a haunted object, you are wrong. This is about what happens when a town convinces itself that some people are better off dead, and something in the dark decides to help them keep score. 1.1. The road into Culling Ridge. The road into Culling Ridge looked harmless enough. Just another tired two-lane cutting through farmland, the kind of road you forget as soon as you turn off it. My old sedan rattled along at 50, the engine droning under a Christian talk show on the radio. Some bright, practiced voice was talking about forgiveness, while the signal faded in and out. Every time I dropped into a shallow dip, his words broke up into static, then came back mid-sentence with something like, "The Lord sends us exactly where we're needed most." Dust filmed the windshield. The wipers pushed it into thin arcs, squeaking across the glass. When I drifted too close to the shoulder, pebbles pinged against the underside of the car, each tap a small knock under my feet. It was my first appointment out of seminary, my first church. Everything I owned that mattered fit into the trunk. A box of commentaries, 2 suits, the cheap coffee maker I never quite cleaned properly, a few framed photos wrapped in towels. 28, barely broken in, carrying that quiet, dangerous pride that hides inside words like called and sent. A month earlier, the district superintendent had phoned me in his late-night voice. "They need a shepherd, Michael. The last pastor passed unexpectedly. They're without leadership out there." He let unexpectedly hang there like a question I ought to ask. I did not. In my head, it became a tidy story. A heart attack in the pulpit, a slick patch of ice, a faithful servant taken home. Pastors die. The work continues. That was the shape I knew how to put around it. Cloud built slowly over the fields, turning the light flat and gray without actually giving any rain. On both sides of the highway, late summer corn leaned in dusty rows, tassels browned at the tips. A silo stood off by itself, like a white pillar. Every few minutes, a gravel lane and a crooked mailbox interrupted the fence line, then fell away in the rear view. No cars behind me, none coming toward me. Just the steady hum of the tires and the radio fighting to hold on to its station. The town announced itself with a green metal sign on the right shoulder. "Welcome to Culling Ridge," it said, the paint flaking at the corners. Someone had shot the O in welcome. Rust framed the bullet hole in a rough reddish ring. Under the town name in smaller letters, another phrase sulked beneath a sloppy coat of gray paint. I eased off the gas to read it. The cover-up job was bad. In the slant of the light, the words still showed through. Home of the culling bell. Culling. The word made me think of farmhands and weak animals pulled from a herd, of thinning a field so the stronger plants could breathe. I told myself it was a gimmick. Every little town in this part of the state had something. A giant fiberglass cow, a strawberry festival, a claim to the world's largest whatever. Culling Ridge had a bell. Maybe they used to ring it to start some harvest parade. Maybe there was a pamphlet about it in the post office. Bells are neutral, I reminded myself. Metal and rope. What matters is who is pulling the cord. Main Street turned out to be a short strip of brick and clapboard between the highway and a line of trees. A narrow post office with a drooping flag, a hardware store with faded window paint, a diner advertising breakfast all day in letters missing a couple of bulbs, a small grocery with big plate glass windows, a low garage with 2 empty bays, plastic flower baskets hung from the streetlights, rocking gently. I coasted in and put my blinker on, listening for the sounds I expected. Music from inside the diner, clatter of dishes, a radio in the garage, somebody laughing too loud. Instead, the loudest thing on the street was my turn signal ticking. I pulled to the curb and shut off the engine. The silence that rolled in was not complete. It was thin and stretched, full of small, nervous noises that only appeared once the motor stopped. The hiss of the exhaust cooling, a compressor cycling somewhere behind the grocery, wind pushing down the street, dragging dust and a stray fast food cup, making the plastic flowers click against their baskets. Across from me, a set of old metal wind chimes swung on a porch. The tubes were dented and discolored, the strings almost white with age. When the gusts caught them just right, they knocked together with a high, uneven clink, never quite forming a tune. The sound was small, but it threaded under my skin in a way I could not explain. 2 older men sat on a bench outside the diner, ball caps and work boots, the kind of faces you see on seed company calendars. I had watched their mouths moving as I parked. The second my car door shut, their conversation stopped. Not slowed, stopped. Both of them turned their heads and watched me cross the street, not openly hostile, not welcoming either, just measuring. One lifted 2 fingers from his thigh, a half gesture that died before it became a wave. Farther down, a woman in a denim jacket stood outside the grocery, a paper bag sagging in one arm. A little boy hung off her other hand, dragging his sneakers on the concrete, narrating something about a dog in that breathless kid voice that runs words together. He spotted me and brightened, the way kids do when they see an unfamiliar face. Before the hello could get out of his mouth, his mother squeezed his hand hard enough that he yelped and pulled him in close. She bent down, lips at his ear, and whispered something quick. Whatever she said, it made his shoulders draw up. He looked at me over her arm with a different expression then, less open, more like the way a child looks at a sign on a fence that says, "Do not enter." "Morning," I said, Pastor Bright, that automatic lobby tone I had spent years practicing. It sounded too loud in the thin air. The woman gave a quick nod that was almost a flinch and hustled her son through the grocery door. A little bell hung from a crooked bracket over the frame. It swung when the door opened and closed, but it did not ring. The clapper was gone. The metal mouth moved in silence. I told myself all of it meant nothing. Small towns could be slow to warm up. Outsiders had to earn their way in. I had heard that from a dozen older ministers over coffee and conference lunches. They said it with fondness, turned it into a badge of honor. I held on to that story like a handhold as I got back behind the wheel and followed the last line on the printed directions. Right on Church Road. The houses thinned and then disappeared as I drove. Trees closed in on both sides of the narrow lane, their branches knitting overhead. After a short curve, the land opened again, and I saw it. A pale shape on a low rise framed by a few tired oaks. The church. I already had it built in my mind. White siding, clean steps, tall, narrow windows, a steeple with a bell you could just glimpse between the slats. It was the image that had carried me through more late nights than I cared to admit. When people talked about their first church, this was what I saw. As I crested the hill and the building came into full view, whatever I had been expecting fell away. The siding was gray and peeling, blistered where old paint had given up. Every front window was covered from the inside, not with neat sheets of plywood, but with rough boards nailed in crooked X's, like arms thrown across a face. The double doors were shut and slashed by two heavy planks bolted across them, forming a crude cross that cut right through the faded words, "Welcome all," stenciled above the frame. The steeple still rose over it, but its white surface was marred by long black streaks. Charred lines ran down from the belfry, like something inside had burned and tried to get out through the wood. The louvers up there were broken and hanging at odd angles. Through the gaps they left, I could see only darkness. No dull shine of metal, no familiar round shape. Just a hollow shaft of shadow where a bell should have been. A gust of wind came up the hill, colder than any breeze I had felt all morning. It rushed through the cracked louvers and the missing boards, found the empty space where the bell used to hang, and the tower answered. The sound that came out was not a chime. It was a long, thin whistle, high and breathy, rising and falling as the wind shifted. It slid down over the gravel lot and around my car, circling the boarded doors, feeling along the seams like a hand looking for a way in. Standing there with the keys still in my hand and my collar still stiff against my throat, I understood two things at once. Culling Ridge had not just lost a pastor. Whatever they had taken down from that tower, they had not really let it go. 1.2, the boarded church and the man with the keys. I killed the engine again, this time on purpose, just to hear what the place sounded like without anything of mine filling it up. Silence did not fall so much as creep in. The ticking of hot metal under the hood faded, and the sounds that belonged to the church stepped forward, quiet but insistent. Wind moved across the lot in long, uneven breaths, sending dry leaves skittering over the cracked asphalt. When they hit the concrete steps, they dragged instead of bounced, a soft, rough scrape that sounded too much like someone being pulled by the ankles. Up close, the paint on the siding looked worse. What had seemed like ordinary wear from the road became, at a few feet, a kind of rot. Long curls of white peeled away from the boards, like old sunburnt skin, revealing gray wood underneath. The scorch marks on the steeple spread in fingers, starting at the louvered opening and trailing downward, as if smoke had not just risen out, but tried to claw its way back in. Rust bled from the bolt holes where the bell's supports had been. It had run in dark orange streaks down the trim, drying into jagged lines like something had been crying metal tears for a long time and then given up. The boards over the doors and windows were not the work of a hurried weekend work crew. They were thick, solid planks, cut to fit the frames, nailed in with long spikes that sank deep into the jambs. Some were doubled, crossed over each other in uneven X's that covered even the smallest gap. Somebody had stood here and decided to make sure nothing got in or out. Wind found its way through the seams anyway. Every few seconds it would lean against the building just right and push a thin stream of air through some narrow crack. The sound that came out was a high, strained whistle, almost like air moving across the mouth of a bottle. It rose and fell, catching on different edges, never quite settling into a note. If you did not know better, you could have mistaken it for a voice at the very edge of hearing, too tired to do more than breathe. I stood at the base of the steps and looked up at the empty steeple until my neck began to ache. The black hollow where the bell should have hung stared back at me. It felt like looking into someone's mouth after all the teeth have been pulled. "You must be the new Reverend." The voice came from my left, flat and practical, as if he were confirming a delivery rather than greeting a person. I turned. A man in his late 50s stood beside my car, hands in the pockets of a brown canvas jacket. He was lean in the way people get from lifting things because they have to, not because someone told them it was healthy. Gray stubble shadowed his jaw. A cap with the name of a seed company pulled his hair back off a lined forehead. The most noticeable thing about him, though, was the weight at his right hip. A ring of keys big enough to anchor a boat, clipped to his belt and resting against his thigh. He had come up quiet. The gravel under his boots had only crunched once, and I had missed it under the wind. "Yes, sir," I said, stepping down off the bottom step and offering my hand. "Michael Hayes." He took it after a fractional pause, his grip dry and brief. "Ron Barrett," he said. "I run Barrett's Grocery. I'm also head of the trustees." His eyes flicked past me to the planked doors. "You picked a hell of a first assignment." There was no malice in it, no humor either, just a statement. I forced a smile. Every church has its own story. It sounded lighter in my head. Out loud, it fell flat between us. "Yeah," Ron said. "This one does." The keys at his hip chimed softly when he shifted his weight. Not the pretty jingle of house keys in a pocket, but the heavier knock of long, old-fashioned brass against steel. They weren't stamped in uniform shapes. Some were short and thick, some narrow, some with ornate teeth cut in patterns you did not see much anymore. When the wind pushed at him, they swayed and tapped his leg in a slow, irregular rhythm. "I've got your papers in the office," he said. "Lease for the parsonage, access codes, all that. Figured I'd meet you out here, save you hunting me down." "That's much appreciated," I said. I was hoping we could maybe start by getting in there." I nodded at the boarded doors. "At least to look around. See what needs to be done to bring this place back to life." Ron followed my gaze, but his expression did not change. "Office first," he said. "We can talk plans inside." He turned toward the side of the building, and I followed. There was a narrow concrete path along the wall, leading to a smaller door half hidden by an overgrown bush. This door was not boarded, just locked, a single deadbolt glinting dull under the knob. Ron stepped in front of it and pulled the keyring forward, letting it rest in his palm. The whole cluster made a low clatter. His thumb moved through them with the practiced ease of someone who had used these same keys every day for years, separating them by touch. He picked one of the longer ones and slid it into the deadbolt. It turned with a grinding reluctance. Inside, the air smelled like paper, dust, and old coffee. The church office was a small room with wood-paneled walls, a metal desk, and 2 mismatched chairs. A file cabinet hunched in the corner. A bulletin board held notices so faded that the reds had gone to pink and the blues to ghostly gray. A photograph of a church softball team curled at the edges, the faces smiling out from another decade. Ron dropped a manila envelope on the desk. Keys to the parsonage are in there. Spare office key, alarm codes. You'll want to call the electric company. Get the bill transferred into your name. I slid into the chair opposite him and opened the envelope. Inside were 3 smaller sets of keys on labeled rings. Office, parsonage, basement. The tags were yellowed, corners soft. And the sanctuary? I asked. Do these... He shook his head before I finished. Those stay shut. I looked up. I understand there's been damage. I kept my voice gentle, the counseling tone. But if we can at least get in and clean up, maybe have a small service in the fellowship hall on Sunday. Reverend, he said, and the word came out short, stripped of any warmth. We've had incidents. We decided it's better this way. He said incidents like some people say wars. God's house shouldn't stay dark, I said, hearing the earnestness creep back into my own voice. You called for a shepherd. I'm here. Bringing life back into this place is... You don't bring life back by opening doors that were nailed shut for a reason. His jaw tightened. He did not raise his voice, but there was an iron edge under it now. We worshipped in here a long time, longer than you've been breathing. We're the ones who had to carry the bodies out. If you're smart, you'll take a little time before you start prying boards. The phrase "carry the bodies" landed in the room like something dropped on the floor. I watched the words settle across the desk between us. We can handle grief, I said, quieter. Whatever happened before, God can still redeem a space. Rain or shine, the doors of the church should be open. Ron flinched, not dramatically. His shoulders twitched up, his eyes shuttered. For a second, the hand holding the keyring jerked, and the metal teeth scraped against one another in a sharp, ugly clash. We don't say that here, he murmured. Say what? I asked, though I knew. Rain or shine. The way he spoke the phrase, it sounded like a slur. You don't put that on anything. Not anymore. Why? I pushed, more curious than cautious. It's just a saying. His eyes darkened. It was more than that, he said. For a while. I hesitated, then went where this was always heading. Look, I said, keeping my hands open on the desk, palms up. If I'm going to care for this town, I need to understand what happened to the last pastor, to Reverend Hale. There was the smallest pause. The keys in his fist went still. Orson Hale, I added, because names mattered. Ron's fingers tightened around the metal. I watched the knuckles blanch, the skin over his hand pulling taut, his mouth compressed into a thin line. He died under the bell, Ron said at last. The sentence was simple. The way he said under made it heavy. How? I asked. He died under the bell, Ron repeated, like that was the only version there was, the only version he was willing to give. That's all you need to know. The keyring protested under the pressure of his grip, the teeth biting into one another with a faint screech. In the small office, the sound seemed to stretch out, metal on metal, like chains being dragged across a concrete floor somewhere just out of sight. A draft slipped under the door and brushed my ankles. It carried the faint chill of the sanctuary outside, of boarded windows and scorched wood. I let the silence sit for a moment, then nodded. "All right," I said. "We can start with the parsonage, but I'm going to need the sanctuary eventually. Even if I have to, get creative about how to unnail a few things." That, at least, drew a ghost of something to his face. Not quite a smile, not approval, something like resignation. "You'll do what you're going to do," he said, pushing back his chair. "You all do. Just remember, Reverend, some things around here need to stay nailed down." He left me there with the envelopes and the dust and the ticking of the old clock on the wall. Through the thin pane of the office window, I watched him cross the lot. His shoulders were hunched against the wind now. The keys at his hips swung as he walked, striking his leg, chiming in blunt little notes that did not match the rhythm of his steps. I gathered up the new keys, feeling their weight in my palm. They were warmer than I expected. When I stepped back outside, the light had shifted. The clouds hung lower, and the hollow steeple seemed to lean a little more over the parking lot. As I turned toward my car, something metallic shook, somewhere out on the road or in the air above it. A single thin clang cut through the wind, clear as glass tapped with a fork. It rang once and stopped, too short to pin down, too sharp to be anything I could name. I looked up and down the empty street, one hand on the cool curve of my sedan's roof. Nothing moved except the old wind chimes on the distant porch, spinning slowly, their tubes knocking soundlessly together. 1.3, First night in the parsonage. The parsonage sat to the right of the church, like a younger sibling trying not to look at whatever had happened to the older one. 2 stories of tired white siding, a small covered porch, 3 concrete steps with a crack down the middle of the top one. The front yard was more patch than lawn, tufts of grass and stubborn weeds, a couple of low shrubs gone woody. From the porch, if you turned your head just enough, you could see the boarded face of the sanctuary, and above it, the scorched steeple cutting into the sky. Inside, it smelled like old wood and paper and something else. A faint tang under everything, like a handful of pennies left in your palm too long. The kind of metallic sourness you only notice when you breathe in through your nose and hold it there. The floors creaked, but not alarmingly. They had the give of boards that had carried a lot of small, ordinary lives. The place was furnished in the way church houses usually are. Donated, mismatched pieces that had somehow agreed to live together. A sagging sofa with crocheted arm covers, a coffee table with one leg slightly shorter than the others, a bookcase that leaned forward just enough to be worrying if you looked at it too long. The walls were painted a soft, generic beige. Someone had left a framed print of a lighthouse over the couch, the kind you buy in bulk, with a Bible verse in looping script at the bottom. The verse was from Psalms about the Lord being our refuge. It felt a little on the nose. I carried my boxes in one at a time, listening to the house get used to my weight. Each trip up the front steps, my boots knocked dust free from some hidden corner. The air was warmer inside than out, and after a few loads, a thin sweat started between my shoulder blades. In the kitchen, the refrigerator hummed steadily, a low, comforting drone that filled the empty rooms. In the living room, A wall clock above the doorway ticked with the stubborn regularity of something that had survived several sets of occupants and refused to stop for one more. I hung my 2 good shirts and my robe in the narrow bedroom closet, the wooden hangers thumping lightly against the pole. I stacked my theology texts on the leaning bookcase, spines out. Systematic theology, pastoral counseling, the cost of discipleship. The shelves bowed a little under the new weight and then settled. Out in the yard, crickets sawed away at the edges of the evening. A truck passed once on the road, the sound swelling and fading like a wave. Then it was just me and the house and the long, patient tick-tock that measured out the seconds. I tried to see it the way the superintendent would want to hear about it. A sturdy old parsonage, a quiet town, a new beginning, as the conference letter had called it. I stood in the middle of the living room with the boxes unpacked around me, took a breath, and prayed aloud. Partly for God, partly for me. Lord, thank you for this house, I said. My voice sounded smaller without the radio or the road noise to fill in around it. Thank you for this town and for these people I haven't met yet. You've brought me here for a reason. Help me to be faithful. Help me to bring life back where it's gone thin. The refrigerator droned. The clock ticked. Somewhere in the walls, something small moved and then stopped. It was all ordinary enough. I found the desk in the front room off the entryway. It was an old thing, solid, heavy, with a top scarred by years of coffee cups and pen scratches. A single drawer stuck a little when I tugged it, then gave way with a dry sigh of wood on wood. Inside was a jumble. Dried-out pens, a couple of rubber bands fused into one brittle loop, a half-used pad of yellow sticky notes. Under all of that, folded into a neat stack, were several photocopied sheets. Bulletins. I recognized the layout before I read the words. Church name at the top, date in the upper right corner, order of service down the middle. At the bottom, in bold, larger font than anything else, a slogan. Sunday service, 10 a.m., rain or shine. The culling bell calls us home. I stared at the phrase for a long moment, my mind snagging on that one line. The culling bell calls us home. Someone had chosen those words on purpose, designed them to sit on paper in people's hands, to be read and reread every week. Rain or shine. The slogan Ron had reacted to like I had slapped him. Without thinking, I read it out loud, the way you sometimes test a sentence to see how it feels in your mouth. Sunday service, 10 a.m., rain or shine, I murmured. The culling bell calls us home. As the words left my mouth, the overhead light flickered. It was not a dramatic horror movie strobe. It was a single stutter, a quick dimming and return. My eyes adjusted just fast enough to register the brief darkness. At the same instant, somewhere above my head, there was a dull, solid tuk, the sound of something heavy shifting its weight by an inch. I froze, one hand still resting on the edge of the desk. The refrigerator hum kept on. The clock did not miss a beat. For a second, I wondered if I had imagined both the flicker and the sound, some little adrenaline trick after finding the bulletins. Old wiring, I told the empty room. Old house. Saying it out loud did not make the hair on my forearms lie down. Night dropped quickly after that, as it tends to in places with no city glow. 1 minute, the windows held a flat gray smear of sky and trees. The next, they were mirror dark, reflecting the inside of the house back at me. I closed the curtains anyway. There is something about staring at your own shape framed in a pane of glass that feels too much like an invitation. The wind picked up after sunset. I could hear it gathering itself around the corners, feeling for cracks. The window panes trembled in their frames, rattling in uneven bursts when a stronger gust hit. Every so often, a loose bit of siding or flashing on the roof responded with a light metallic clack, the kind of sound a length of chain makes when it's dragged one link across a nail. Farther away, or maybe right above me, something thin and metal tapped against something else in irregular beats. Tap, 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 tap. It was not loud. It was just persistent enough to get under the soft sounds of the house and lie there. I moved through my small routines, brushed my teeth in a narrow bathroom with tile older than I was, laid out clothes for the next day, checked that I had set my alarm. Out in the yard, the insects changed shifts, the steady high whine of day crickets giving way to lower, slower chirps. Somewhere very distant, a dog barked twice and then stopped, as if someone had put a hand over its muzzle. In the bedroom, the mattress was firmer than I expected. The sheets smelled faintly of detergent and the dry, stored scent of linen that has been folded a long time. I lay there on my back for a while, hands on my chest, listening to the house breathe. The refrigerator hummed. The clock ticked. A floorboard somewhere let out a single crack as it cooled. When my eyes slipped closed, it was less from peace than from the sheer weight of the day. Sleep came in pieces. In the dream, I was standing in the sanctuary. I knew it was the sanctuary, though the boards were gone from the windows and the place was full of light. Full of people, too. Pews packed, shoulders touching, maybe 100 bodies or more. The air held that mix of perfume and fabric softener and coffee breath that every church in the world seems to share on Sunday morning. The murmur of voices filled the room, a low sea of sound. I opened my mouth to speak and realized no one was facing me. Every back was turned toward the front of the church, but not toward the pulpit. They were all angled upward, heads tilted, eyes fixed on the space above the chancel, on the tower, on the place where the bell was not. A strange angle, watching the back of so many heads and knowing not one of them would turn toward me. Their necks were tense, the muscles standing out as if what they were looking at was heavy. I followed their gaze. The ceiling dissolved, and I could see into the belfry like the roof had been peeled away. The opening was a rough, black mouth. No boards, no louvers, just a jagged ring of charred wood. There should have been nothing hanging there. Instead, there was a shape. A man in a black robe, suspended where the bell ought to be. Not hanging by his neck. He stood upright somehow, feet lost in the darkness, the fabric of his robes falling around him like drowned cloth. His face was wrong, flattened on one side as if something enormous had come down on it once and never quite let go. Bones pushed the skin out in strange places. One eye bulged, bloodshot and bright. The other was a wet slit. He was smiling, not with his mouth. That stayed fixed. Lips mashed slightly sideways. The smile was all in the way his ruined face watched me, the way the living eye gleamed. When he spoke, the lips did not move at all. The sound came from everywhere at once, from the dark above, from the wood under my shoes, from inside the bones of my skull. "You're late, brother," he said. Every word shivered through me like a struck string. "The weak have been piling up." The sentence rang, not metaphorically. The syllables hit the air like a hand hitting metal. Behind each word, I heard the deep, resonant bong of a bell that was not there. The people in the pews flinched in time with the sounds, shoulders jerking, spines stiffening, but none of them turned. They just stared upward, as if their necks had been welded that way. I tried to answer, but my own voice was thin and lost in the vibrations of his. The dream shook apart, the light smearing, the faces blurring into streaks, the single bulging eye expanding until it filled everything. I woke with my heart pounding hard enough that for a second I thought that was what had jarred me out of sleep. My t-shirt clung damp to my back. The sheet twisted around my legs, rough and hot. The room was dark, but not completely. The clock's red digits glowed on the nightstand. 3:16. The refrigerator had stopped. The house, for the first time since I had walked into it, was utterly still. No hum, no creak, no rattle of glass. Even the wind seemed to have stepped back from the walls. The silence was thick, like someone had packed it into the corners with their hands. I held my breath without meaning to, straining for any sound. Pipes ticking, a car on the highway, a dog, anything. The only noise I could hear was the faint buzz of my own blood in my ears. Then, from somewhere inside the wall behind my head, or maybe from the floorboards under the bed, or the space between the studs, there came a single, clear tone. Dong. Not loud, not long. A thin, perfect chime, like someone had tapped a drinking glass with a fingernail, except there was weight in it. A suggestion of something much larger vibrating very far away. It rang once and died, leaving a ghost of itself in the air that my mind tried to stretch into echo and could not. I lay there, staring at the ceiling I could not see. Old pipes, I whispered into the dark, and even I could hear the little tremor in the words. Old house. The chill that slid from the base of my skull down my spine did not care about pipes, or wiring, or rational explanations. It settled between my shoulder blades and stayed there, cold and patient, long after the silence closed over that single note. 2. 1. Coffee, gossip, and the name they will not speak. The diner sat near the middle of Main Street, a low brick rectangle with big front windows and a flickering neon sign that promised coffee in looping blue letters. In the daylight, it looked less like the warm, bustling hub I had imagined, and more like a mouth trying to remember how to smile. A metal bell hung over the entrance, small and dull. When I pushed the door open, it swung half-heartedly on its bracket and bumped the glass without making a sound. Inside, though, there was life. The place smelled like every small-town diner I had ever walked into. Bacon fat and pancake batter, burned coffee on a hot plate, syrup and dish soap, and the faint, sour ghost of 1,000 conversations gone cold. A flat-top grill hissed behind the counter, eggs spitting where they met hot grease. Somewhere in the back, a radio crackled out older country music. The singer's voice, thin and tinny through a speaker that had been asked to do more years than it was built for. Mugs clinked against saucers, spoons rattled in cups. A waitress in a faded pink uniform moved between tables with a practiced sway, balancing plates on one arm. She had her hair pinned up in a way that said she had been doing this as long as the radio had been playing the same 3 songs. Heads turned when I stepped in. Not all of them, and not all the way, but enough. The mid-morning crowd was small. 2 older men nursing coffees at the counter. A pair of farmers in work jackets talking over a shared plate of biscuits. A woman with a paperback open in front of her and a half-eaten waffle cooling on her plate. Their gazes brushed over me and then went back to their mugs, as if someone had taught them the art of looking without getting caught. I straightened my collar a little, aware of it for the first time since I put it on that morning, and took a seat at an empty booth near the window. The vinyl seat sighed under my weight. I set my small notebook on the table, more as a prop than because I planned to write, and folded my hands. The waitress appeared with a pot of coffee before I could wave. Her name tag said Marlene in block letters. The red ink half vanished. "Top off?" she asked. "I haven't started yet," I said, and heard myself chuckle. "But yes, please, thank you," she poured. The coffee smelled strong and a little scorched, the way diner coffee is supposed to. She tucked the pot against her hip. "You're the new pastor," she said, not a question. "Yes, ma'am," I said. "Michael Hayes, from the conference." She gave a small nod, eyes taking me in like I was an item on a shelf. "Marlene, holler if you need anything." I watched her move away, then took a sip. It was bitter and hot and exactly what it should have been. I let it sit on my tongue a second longer than necessary, just to ground myself. I told myself this was the easy part. Meet the flock, shake hands, learn names. Here, in the neutral ground of coffee and eggs, the boarded church just another building down the road. This was what seminary had prepared me to do. Enter a community that had lost something and offer a steady presence. "Morning, Pastor." The voice came from my right. One of the men at the counter had turned on his stool, mug in hand. His hair was more white than gray, his nose reddened by years of cold wind and maybe whiskey. He gave me a polite, small-town smile, the corners of his mouth turning up just enough. "Good morning," I said. "Please call me Michael." "We had a Michael once," the other man put in, not looking up from his cup. "Didn't take." His friend shot him a look. "I'm Carl," he told me, ignoring the comment. "This here's Tom. You settling in over there?" "Trying to," I said. "The house is in good shape. The church..." I let that trail off, not wanting to sound critical. Tom snorted quietly into his coffee. I glanced around at the other tables. The farmers had paused mid-conversation. The woman with the book was pretending to read a paragraph she had already been on when I came in. You could feel the way the air in the room leaned in a fraction. "I wanted to say..." I went on, aiming the words at Carl, but pitching my voice just loud enough to carry. "I'm sorry for your loss." I heard Reverend Hale past suddenly. They looked at each other before they answered. It was a small thing, that glance, but it said more than any words. A shared weighing of options. A quick, silent argument about how much to tell the stranger in the collar. "Loss is one word for it," Tom muttered. He took a long drink of coffee, staring straight ahead at the row of condiments on the counter. At the booth behind me, something shifted. I glanced over my shoulder. An older woman sat alone, a thin scarf knotted at her throat, a cup of coffee between both hands. The knuckles were sharp through her skin. She was watching us, eyes pale and sharp over the rim of the mug. When I mentioned Hale's name, her fingers tightened. The porcelain creaked almost imperceptibly under the pressure. "I'm sorry," I said again, softer. "However he went, it's hard on a congregation to lose a pastor." "Hard on some folks more than others," Tom said. His tone didn't invite follow-up. Carl cleared his throat. "Hale was involved," he said carefully. "He got people to come. Used to be you couldn't find a seat in there most Sundays." "That's good," I said automatically. "That kind of attendance." "Good until it wasn't," the older woman behind me said. Her voice was dry, like paper that had been folded and unfolded too many times. I turned toward her. Up close, I could see the fine web of veins at her temples. She stared at me over the coffee as if she were trying to decide whether I was worth the effort of speaking. "You're Evelyn," Carl said to her, as if reminding both of us. "You used to run the kids' choir." She snorted softly. "Used to," she said. I'd love to hear about that sometime, I told her. About how things were. I know it's a lot, me just showing up after. I gestured vaguely in the direction of the church. It was full, she said. That's how it was. Full of people who thought they knew what they were asking for. Marlene appeared again with a fresh pot, topping off cups. Steam rose in thin ghosts from the dark liquid. The metal of the pot made a dull clank when it met saucer rims. At a corner table, someone stirred sugar into their coffee, the spoon ticking against the side of the mug in a restless, nervous rhythm. I took a breath. Can I ask, what happened? People keep telling me things. Sideways. I've heard incident and loss and better this way. I would rather hear it from you than from gossip on the highway. Carl rubbed his forehead. There was a tradition, he said. A special Sunday, once a year. Called it Culling Sunday. The word hit the inside of my chest, like a small stone dropped in water. At first it was just a name, he added quickly, as if he heard my reaction. Old history. Way back, this town used to ring the bell at the end of harvest to thank God for the crop, for surviving. Hale brought it back, thought we needed reminding. Reminding of what? I asked. That we were lucky to be here. His voice was a little too flat. That not everybody deserved to make it through every winter. That sort of thing. The spoon stirring sugar stopped. The radio in the back chose that moment to cut out mid-chorus and then snap back in with static-laced fiddle. The room seemed to tilt for a heartbeat. All the sounds misaligning and then falling into place again. You couldn't find a seat on those Sundays, Evelyn said. People came from out by the ridge, from the farms, even some from 2 towns over. Word gets around. When a man stands up and says God is about to show you exactly who he approves of and who he doesn't. Marlene shifted her weight. The coffee pot hovered over my cup, then moved on when she realized it was already full. The aroma of bacon on the grill grew stronger as someone flipped a fresh batch. Grease popped. Somewhere a plate clattered onto a pass-through shelf. And the bell? I asked. At that word, the diner twitched. The spoon at the corner table stopped mid-stir. The radio's volume seemed to dip under an invisible hand. Marlene, halfway between tables, misjudged a step. The spoon balanced on one of her plates slid off the edge. It hit the tile floor with a bright, ringing ting that cut cleanly through the layered noises of the room. Everyone heard it. Everyone looked. Marlene muttered an apology, crouched, and picked up the spoon. Her hand trembled just enough that I could see the metal quiver. We rang it, Tom said, answering my question like the dropped spoon had been a cue. That's what you do with a bell, right? You ring it. His voice was quiet now, the belligerence gone. And? I prompted. And the last time it rang, Evelyn said, 3 people dropped before the first verse was done. She did not look away from me as she spoke. Her eyes were pale as dishwater, but they did not waver. Dropped, I repeated, because my brain wanted more clinical words. As in, fainted? Overcome? As in, dead. Tom's gaze was on the countertop again. Knees went out from under him like someone had just cut their strings. One in the aisle, one up front by the altar rail, one near the back doors. Whole place froze. Then the screaming started. There were pre-existing conditions, maybe, I heard myself say. My counseling voice, the one I had used for panicked students and grieving parents, slid neatly into place. Stress, emotional overload. You put enough people in a room, statistically. We had a nurse there, Carl said. She checked. She said it's like all 3 hearts just forgot what to do at the exact same time. He shrugged one shoulder. You can tell yourself whatever numbers make you sleep better. We were there. I sipped my coffee to buy a moment. It had gone lukewarm. The taste of it sat flat and sour on my tongue. I swallowed anyway. It must have been traumatic, I said. It felt like an empty word. That what they taught you to call it? Evelyn asked. Traumatic? What would you call it? I asked. She held my gaze a moment longer, then looked down at her cup. The muscles in her jaw jumped. Enough, she said. Enough to look at ourselves and not like what we saw, but not enough to stop until it hit too close to home. I thought of the scorch marks on the steeple, of Ron's tight grip on the keys, of the slogan at the bottom of the old bulletins, bold black letters proclaiming, "The culling bell calls us home." There are rational explanations, I said, more to myself than to them. Shared stress, suggestion, the power of expectation in a crowd, underlying health issues. Hearts are delicate things. You put enough strain on them and you keep saying hearts like you mean flesh, Tom murmured. Hearts is bigger than that, Reverend. Before I could respond, a small voice spoke up behind me. Mom says the bell picks who God hates the most. It was clear, every word clean. I turned. In the next booth over, a boy sat with a plate of pancakes in front of him, a river of syrup congealing around the edges. He was maybe 8, with hair that would not quite stay combed, and a cowlick that stuck up in back. He looked at me with the open, matter-of-fact expression children reserve for reciting something they've heard many times. His mother's face went white. "Jacob," she hissed, grabbing his wrist. "Don't you?" He flinched more at her tone than at her grip, but he did not look away from me. "That's what you said," he protested, his voice wobbling. "You said it picks the ones he's tired of." The diner went silent in a way the parsonage never had. The radio was still on, but whatever song it was playing felt like it belonged to another place, another building. All the little clinks and sizzles faded into the background. Even the grill seemed to lower its voice. Every adult eye in the room shifted for half a second. To me, to the boy, to his mother, and back. There were no indulgent smiles, no chuckles. No one said kids say the darndest things. His mother pulled him around, turning his face away from me, away from the room. "You don't repeat everything you hear," she said, her voice sharp with something that was not just embarrassment. "You finish your breakfast." She released his wrist and reached for her fork. The metal trembled in her fingers as she speared a piece of pancake. I stared down into my coffee cup. The dark surface shivered with a tiny ripple from the movement of my hand. Rational explanations lined up in my head like soldiers. Overheard adult talk, kids repeating things without understanding, theology gone skewed in the retelling. I could stack those reasons up as high as I wanted. The words themselves stayed where the boy had put them, hanging in the air above our tables. The bell picks, who God hates the most. 2.2. The files in the locked cabinet. By late afternoon, the sunlight through the office window had gone the color of old paper. It slanted in at such an angle that every speck of dust in the air showed itself, slow falling and aimless, turning the space between my eyes and the far wall into a snow globe someone had forgotten to shake. I had told myself I was going back to the church office to get organized. That was the phrase I used in my head, the one that sounded most responsible, least like snooping. The truth was simpler. I was tired of collecting half answers over coffee. If there was a professional record of what had happened here, I wanted to see it in black and white instead of hearing it in euphemisms at the diner. The office looked smaller the second time I stepped into it. The same paneled walls, the same heavy desk with its worn edges, the same clock ticking impatient, 3/4 time on the wall. A faint stripe of sun cut across the floor, landing just shy of the metal file cabinet in the corner. It was one of those old 4-drawer beasts, the paint chipped at the corners, the handles cold and dull. Dust lay in a thin, even layer on the top of the cabinet. When I trailed my fingers through it, I left 4 pale tracks. I wiped my hand on my pants and tried the top drawer. It slid out with a reluctant scrape, revealing hanging folders labeled with years and categories. Membership, finances, minutes. The second drawer was the same, offering records, volunteer schedules, copies of old bulletins, neat and unthreatening. The third drawer was locked. The key ring Ron had given me felt heavy on my belt as I tugged at the handle. It did not budge. The label holder on the face of the drawer was empty. No year, no category, no hint as to what was inside. I tried again, harder this time, foolishly testing whether brute force could undo whatever decision had put a lock there in the first place. The handle resisted for a heartbeat and then gave a grudging 1/4 inch. Inside, something solid shifted and struck the metal wall with a dull clink, as if I had jostled a weight against its restraints. I let go of the handle quickly. The sound sat in the air for a second longer than it should have, the way certain noises do when your brain is busy deciding whether or not to be afraid of them. "Okay," I said to the empty room, exhaling. Locked means ask someone. Be an adult about it. I spent the next hour pretending that other tasks mattered more. Sorting through the open drawers, I flipped past 10 years of board minutes written in the same neat looping hand. Old letters from the district, receipts for roof repairs, furnace maintenance, hymnals purchased in bulk. Each piece of paper felt like a reminder that there had been a normal church here once, made of the same petty details as anywhere else. But my eyes kept sliding back to that third drawer, to the empty label, to the small, round keyhole. Outside, the light thinned. The stripe on the floor crept away from the cabinet and climbed the opposite wall. By the time I finally closed the top drawer and pushed my chair back, it was full-on evening. The office had cooled. The clock said a little past 7. I gathered my notebook and the few files I could justify taking back to the parsonage and headed for the door. I had my hand on the knob when the outer door opened and Ron nearly walked straight into me. "Jesus," he muttered, then corrected himself automatically. "Sorry, didn't know you were still here." He stood in the doorway, jacket on, cap pulled low. The hallway light behind him turned him into a dark shape with a dim halo. The key ring hung at his side, glinting softly when he shifted his weight. "Paperwork," I said, holding up the thin stack in my arms. "Thought I'd get familiar with things." "Uh-huh." He looked past me into the room, taking in the open drawers, the pulled folders. His eyes lingered on the locked cabinet. "I couldn't get into that one," I said before he had to ask. "Your keys don't fit." I tried. "Good," he said. His mouth twisted. "Means I didn't give you the wrong ring." He stepped inside, letting the door fall shut behind him. The office seemed to shrink another inch around us. "I was going to talk to the board about it," I went on. "If there's documentation about what happened here, I'd rather read it than piece it together from gossip." Ron stared at me for a long moment. His face, already lined, seemed to fall into deeper patterns. "You'll look anyway," he said at last. "Whether I hand you the key or you go get a crowbar when nobody's watching." He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a smaller, separate key ring. A single, slender key dangled from it, darker than the others, the metal worn smooth in places. "Better you see the whole thing than half." He held it out. I took it, the cool weight settling into my palm like a coin. "Some folks say reading it makes it worse," he added. "Some say it's worse not to." "Which one are you?" I asked. He shrugged. "I'm still here, ain't I?" He leaned against the doorway as I crossed back to the cabinet. The lock cylinder had a slightly different sheen than the surrounding paint, as if it had been replaced more recently. The key slid in smoothly enough, but when I turned it, there was resistance, like muscle caught on bone. Then, with a muted click, it yielded. When I pulled the drawer open, the smell hit me first. Not rot, not mold, paper, old and dense with the faintest undercurrent of something sharper. Toner maybe, or the ghost of hospital disinfectant. Inside, the folders were not labeled by year. They were labeled by event. XUL Sunday, Year 1, read the first tab. XUL Sunday, Year 2. Farther back. Special meeting, doctrine. Emergency session, fatalities. My throat tightened. I pulled out the folder marked Emergency Session. The manila felt soft at the edges where fingers had handled it many times in a short period. Inside were pages of minutes, photocopied in haste. The original handwriting visible in places beneath the machine's reproduction. Special meeting of the Board of Trustees, Culling Ridge Community Church. The top sheet read. Called to order by Chair R. Barrett. Agenda: sudden fatalities during service. Theological direction of preaching. My eyes skimmed down. The world narrowed to the neat lines of text. Members present expressed concern that certain themes in recent sermons have contributed to an atmosphere of fear rather than hope. One line read, multiple congregants report feeling that their salvation is being tied to productivity and usefulness rather than grace. There it was, in church language, unacceptable theology preached from the pulpit. Motion made to remove the bell from service, another line recorded. Motion seconded. Discussion, prospect of suspending Reverend Hale until such time as his messages can be reviewed by a council. The next sentence had been underlined at some point. The toner darker there. The line fuzzed from someone's finger tracing it too many times. Motion to remove the bell and suspend Reverend Hale. Motion failed. Beneath that, in the secretary's more cramped hand, subsequent events overruled our vote. The minutes ended abruptly. The last lines squeezed into the bottom half-inch of the page, as if the meeting had been forced to a close faster than expected. There was no closing prayer noted, no adjournment time. I set the papers down and reached for the next item in the folder. A photocopy of a medical report, the hospital's name blurred at the top from overcopying. Someone had highlighted the pertinent sections in yellow that had faded toward brown. Patient 1, male, 63, cause of death, cardiac arrest. Patient 2, female, 51, cause of death, hemorrhagic stroke. Patient 3, female, 28, cause of death, ruptured cerebral aneurysm. Different failures, different vessels, different fragilities. But at the bottom of each section, in a column near the signature line, the same typed words. Time of death. 10:17 a.m. I heard again, in my mind, the way Evelyn had said, before the first verse was done. I had glanced at the clock that morning in the diner and seen the hands at 10:15 as Marlene refilled my coffee. Could be coincidence, I told myself under my breath. 3 people in an aging population with undiagnosed issues, a stressful event. "Is that what they taught you?" Ron asked quietly from the doorway. I had forgotten he was still there. "They taught us to look for all the reasons," I said, "so we don't jump to supernatural conclusions." He snorted, a humorless sound. "All right, you do your reasons. See where they get you." I put the medical report aside and reached deeper into the drawer. The next folder was thicker, bulging. "Sermon drafts, Hale," the tab said in the same neat hand. The pages inside were in a different ink, different script, tighter, more angular. Reverend Orson Hale had written like someone who did not waste strokes. Bible references in the margins, phrases underlined 3 times, sections bracketed with little notes to himself. "Lean on this. Drive this home." I read. At first the words were familiar. Sin, repentance, the cross, all the usual themes, couched in the usual metaphors, sheep and wolves, wheat and chaff. Then slowly, the emphasis shifted. "The mercy of pruning," one sermon draft called it. An entire paragraph likened God's love to a gardener's knife, cutting away the diseased and the unproductive. "The holy necessity of culling the unfit," another said. "We dishonor the gift of life when we uphold those who contribute nothing, who drain the strong, who multiply weakness. It is not cruel to cut away that which rots the body. It is cruel to let it spread." My chest went cold as I scanned line after line. Grace, where it appeared at all, was conditional, tethered to words like effort and usefulness. The cross became less a place of mercy and more a sorting gate. In the margins, in a different pen, someone had written responses, angry, jagged notes, hurried. "This is not the gospel," one comment insisted beside an underlined sentence about God's delight in a lean, hardened flock. Near another passage about the bell as God's hand, a smaller note. "Where is Christ in this?" I turned the page. Outside, the wind hit the side of the building with a flat slap. The office window rattled in its frame. Somewhere higher up, in the hollow steeple, the gale found corners to grab and push, and the sound of it carried down through the bones of the church. It was not just wind I heard. There was a heavier scrape underneath, the groan of wood under strain, as though something weighty were shifting slightly against old beams. My heart picked up, thudding against my ribs loud enough that for a second, it drowned out everything else. The papers in my hands trembled, the thin sheets whispering against each other. I told myself the building was just settling. Old structures did that. They flexed and complained in storms. It was nothing more than physics and age. But the timing, gale beating against an empty tower while I read about the bell as God's hand, did not feel like nothing. I dug to the bottom of the folder. The last document was an incident report. Not from the church, but from the fire department. It described in clinical bullet points a structural failure during an unscheduled bell ringing performed by congregants. The language tried very hard not to tell a story, and in doing so told one anyway. Attached to it, paper-clipped by one bent corner, was a photograph. The image was black and white, the contrasts harsh from photocopying. The steeple lay at a broken angle, its upper portion shattered, splinters of wood and shards of siding scattered across the church lawn. In the midst of the wreckage, like a fallen heart, the bell rested on its side. Even in grayscale, the metal looked dark, almost black, its surface marred by a jagged crack along one edge. The lip of it had bitten deep into the ground. Beneath that edge, half hidden by debris, was a pool of darker gray that needed no caption to be understood as blood. A triangle of crushed fabric, robes probably, poked out from under the bell's weight. You could not see a face, just the suggestion of a human body pinned between earth and iron. Below the image, a typed line. Hale Orson, deceased. Cause blunt force trauma from falling bell. I stared at it until the black and white blurred, until the bell seemed to swell and the rest of the picture receded, as if my eye were being drawn into that dark, cracked curve. My fingers stuck slightly to the back of the sheet as I turned it over. Someone else had handled this before me, many times. Ink had bled through a little where a pen had pressed too hard. On the reverse, in shaky handwriting that did not match any I had seen in the minutes or the margins, someone had written a single sentence. The letters wobbled, some rising too high, others dipping low, as if the hand that made them could not quite keep its own strength. The bell rang once after it hit him. I read the line twice, 3 times. The office stayed very still. Wind beat at the tower again, a long, low push that made the walls murmur. For a heartbeat, beneath the whine of air and the thump of my own pulse, I could have sworn I heard something else threaded through it, a faint, singular tone, as if metal deep in the bones of the church had remembered how to answer. 2, 3. The first time I prayed out loud here. There is a point where you have heard enough stories and read enough reports, and you either walk away or you decide to do the job you came to do. I told myself walking away was not an option. That was the line I repeated to myself as dusk slid down over Culling Ridge, and the boarded church became a darker shape against an already darkening sky. This town needs a pastor, I thought. Their history is a wound, and wounds need tending, not ignoring. Faith is the solution, not the problem. If the theology went wrong, it was men who twisted it, not God. Those were the phrases I stacked up around myself like sandbags. The side door of the church, the one that opened from the gravel lot into a narrow hallway by the bathrooms, was not boarded. It was painted the same peeling white as everything else, the knob cold and stiff in my hand. When I turned it, the latch gave way with a reluctant click, as if it had been hoping I might change my mind. The air that met me on the other side was cooler than outside, and old. It had the stillness of a closed refrigerator, the faint wrap of stale air that has been sitting in the same corners for too long. I pulled a small flashlight from my pocket and clicked it on. The beam cut a thin tunnel through the dark. The hallway was short. 2 doorways on the right led to the restrooms, their doors propped open. On the left, a wider opening gave onto the sanctuary. I stepped through and stopped. Without daylight, the room felt both larger and more cramped. The pews rose on either side of the center aisle like low wooden walls, their worn backs dull in the flashlight's beam. The pulpit stood at the far end, a squat rectangle with a simple cross carved into the front. Behind it, up a step, was the table for communion, a white cloth draped over it, yellowed slightly with age. Above that, the wall was blank, a pale expanse where a cross used to hang. I could see the faint shadow of it still, the outline just a shade darker than the paint. The smell hit me in layers. Old wood first, dry and splintery, with that sweet undertone of pine that refuses to leave even after decades. Beneath it, the waxy tang of candles that had been lit and snuffed and lit again. Their smoke worked into the grain of the pews and the hymnals. And under that, barely there, a ghost of something sharper, the memory of burned insulation, scorched varnish. The steeple's scars had their own scent, and it had settled here. Each step I took sent a puff of dust up from the floorboards. In the flashlight's beam, the particles rose and drifted, shining briefly before sinking back into the shadows. It was like walking through slow, gray snow that only existed from my knees up. My footfalls echoed in the high ceiling, the sound coming back to me thin and hollow. Somewhere above, in the darkness where the ceiling met the tower, something creaked as the building adjusted to the temperature drop. I walked down the center aisle, my hand brushing the ends of the pews. The wood was smooth in some places, the varnish worn away in others where countless hands had rested. Countless bodies had leaned forward in prayer or boredom or grief. I tried to imagine the room full, the pews packed the way Evelyn had described. Laughter before service as people caught up on the week, the shuffle of feet, the rustle of bulletins, the murmur of voices dropping as someone stepped up to the front. By the time I reached the pulpit, my chest felt tight. Not from the walk, it was only 20 steps or so, but from the weight of all that absence. The emptiness was not clean. It was crowded with ghosts of sound that weren't quite ready to let go. I set the flashlight on the pulpit so it shone down the aisle, a narrow path of light stretching to the back doors. Dust motes turned lazily in it. Beyond that cone, the edges of the sanctuary dissolved into sheets of shadow. I put my hands on the sides of the pulpit. The wood was cool and solid under my palms. From here, the room looked different, even empty. The pews seemed to lean toward me. The darkness in the rafters pressed down. My throat tightened. It was not fear, not exactly. It was a thick, complicated mix of things. Grief for people I hadn't known. Anger at what Hale had done with this platform. A sliver of something like envy that he had once commanded this room so completely. And under all of it, the stubborn conviction that I had to put something different in this space than what had been there before. I decided to pray. Not silently. Not this time. Words spoken into a place carry weight. I had always believed that. Prayers have a way of soaking into wood and fabric, of hanging in the air long after the person who said them has gone home. Maybe, I thought, I could start to dilute what Hale had poured into these walls. I cleared my throat. The sound cracked and skittered away into the rafters. "Lord," I said, and my own voice shocked me. It startled me not because it was loud, it wasn't, but because of how it sounded when it came back. The sanctuary gave it a slight echo, a soft repeat, a heartbeat after each phrase. I had grown up listening to my father preach in a room not unlike this. That familiar bounce of sound had always comforted me. Tonight, it made me feel like someone else was speaking along with me, a half step behind. "Lord," I said again, more firmly. The echo obliged. "Lord," the room answered, a shade lower, a fraction delayed. I closed my eyes. "You see this town," I went on. "You see these people. You know what they've been through. I don't know all of it yet, but you do. You see the fear that's settled in here. You see the way they flinch at your name now, or at the sound of a bell that doesn't even hang anymore." My words draped themselves over the pews, slid along the walls, climbed up into the dark ribs of the ceiling. The echo moved with them, thinner but persistent. "I am asking you," I said, "to heal this place. Not just the building, the people. I ask you to take away the terror twisted up with your name, to break whatever hold that bell had. Let it be your love, not fear, that calls them back. Let it be your kindness that leads them to repentance, not a terror of being." I hesitated. The word caught on my tongue, thinking of the boy in the diner pulling his syrupy fork through his pancakes as he said the bell picks who God hates the most. "Not a terror of being thrown away," I finished. "Lord, You do not delight in the death of the weak. I heard myself say it. Do not. But the sound that came back from the high, shadowed reaches of the sanctuary was not the same. Delight, the echo said. It was subtle. If I hadn't been listening, if I had just pushed on, I might have missed it, might have chalked it up to bad acoustics. But I heard it. My ear caught the shift like a misplayed note in a simple song. I stopped mid-sentence, heart thumping. The flashlight's beam trembled slightly where it rested on the pulpit, reacting to some small tremor in my hands. I said, "You do not delight." I started again, more to test than to continue the prayer. "Delight," the sanctuary whispered back. Not loud, not angry, just wrong. The pitch of it had slid a fraction lower than my own voice, like someone had reached in and spun down the dial on everything bright in the sound, leaving only the low, heavy tones. It felt the way it does when someone manipulates audio on a recording, pulls up the bass, cuts the treble, until the voice you recognize becomes something else. Familiar, but distorted. Human, but too thick around the edges. I swallowed. "You do not delight in the death of the weak," I said, forcing each word out, clinging to every syllable like it could anchor me. The repetition that rolled back from the empty pews was a misshapen mirror. "You delight in the death of the weak." Not a perfect copy. The phrasing stretched and twisted, the emphasis shifted, but the bones of my sentence were still there, like someone had taken my prayer and turned it inside out. The hairs on my arms rose. My chest felt too tight, too small. "Who's there?" I called, though I knew I wouldn't get an answer I could see. My voice rang down the aisle, bounced, broke into fragments against the back wall, and dissolved. I listened. Nothing. No footsteps. No whisper of clothing. Just the faint, intermittent groan of the building digesting the day's heat, and somewhere far above, the soft complaint of beam against beam as the wind leaned against the tower. Is someone in here?" I tried again, because the alternative, that the room itself was arguing with me, was not something I was ready to entertain. Silence met the question. Then softly, from the echo's afterlife, came a voice that was not mine. "You have come just in time." It arrived on the tail of my own words, folded into them so neatly that for a second I thought I was misremembering what I had said. But the cadence wasn't right. The tone was wrong. This was not my seminary-educated tenor coming back to me. It was deeper, roughened, like someone who had preached too many sermons without a microphone and never learned to rest their throat. "They've grown so soft." The phrase slid along the walls, seeped into the corners. Each word had that same resonance I had heard in the dream, the faint metallic ring under the consonants, like sound striking something hollow and heavy, not air. I didn't move. Couldn't. My fingers dug into the edges of the pulpit until my knuckles ached. "Hi, who are you?" I asked, though I knew. The sanctuary did not answer. Whatever had spoken chose not to repeat itself. The silence that followed was worse. It was weighted, expectant, like the moment after a judge walks into a courtroom, but before he sits down. I could hear my own pulse in my ears. The flashlight hummed faintly, a high electric whine I had never noticed before. I forced myself to step back from the pulpit. The wood under my foot complained as my weight shifted, a long, low creak like someone sighing under a burden. Another step, another drawn-out groan. The boards had not minded my passage on the way up. Now they announced each retreating footfall. As I reached the last step down, a sound came from above. not the thin rattle of loose siding. Something heavier. A dragging, as though a weight had been shifted fraction by deliberate fraction across old beams. A slow, grinding slide that made the dust in the air shiver. It moved directly over my head, then stopped. My mouth had gone dry. "Old building," I whispered, the words so soft they barely qualified as speech. Wind, wood, nothing more. I did not believe myself. I made it back down the aisle without breaking into a run, which felt like a minor victory. The flashlight's beam trembled ahead of me, catching on the edges of hymnals, on the dull gleam of metal on the backs of the pews where someone had installed tiny brass plates in memory of someone else. Every reflective surface flashed once as I passed, a stuttering procession of tiny lights. At the doorway, I turned and looked back one last time. The pulpit crouched in the gloom, the cross carved into its front a darker notch on an already dark shape. The air above it was thick and unreadable. "Lord," I said quietly, almost under my breath. "Whatever that is, it's not you." The room did not disagree. It did not agree either. It just watched. I stepped into the hallway and pulled the sanctuary door shut behind me. The latch clicked. The sound was painfully ordinary. For a moment, there was blessed nothing. Then, from the other side of the door, deep within the walls or maybe higher up, somewhere between plaster and timber and empty tower, there came a small, precise sound. Metal touching metal. A tiny testing collision, like a clapper giving the inside of a bell the lightest possible tap, just to see if the old thing still knew how to sing. Ting. It was almost too soft to register, gone as quickly as it came. It did not echo. It did not swell. It simply existed, razor clear in that one instant, then dropped out of hearing. I stood with my hand still on the doorknob, the cool metal under my fingers suddenly feeling less like a neutral object and more like the bare end of a wire, connected to something I had no business touching. Pipes, I told myself again, absurdly. Old pipes, old building. The lie was small, but it gave my legs permission to carry me back down the hall and out into the night, where the ordinary sounds of crickets and distant traffic tried, and mostly failed, to drown out the memory of that tiny, perfect chime. 3.1, forecasts, warnings, and a date on the calendar. A week is not long enough to learn a town, but it is just long enough for a pattern to start showing itself. In that first week, I did the things you are supposed to do. I unlocked doors that had not been opened in too long. I wiped dust off tables. I made coffee in the fellowship hall and put out a few store-bought cookies on a paper plate. I called it a Bible study, printed 6 copies of a handout about grace and the early church, and waited to see who would be brave enough to walk through the side door. 4 people came. Evelyn, because she had always come, and stopping would have meant admitting something had ended for good. A young couple I had not met before. Their hands clasped so tightly, their knuckles were white. And a man in his 30s named Luke, who sat near the back and never quite took his work cap off, just curled the brim in his fingers and stared at the table. We sat around the scratched folding table with our mismatched mugs and our verses. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, a faint, high whine under everything. The Bible study went as stiff as a funeral visitation. I asked questions, and people answered them like they were taking a test, and afraid of failing God in front of the new pastor. When I tried to steer the conversation toward fear, toward what they were carrying, the air in the room thickened. Eyes drifted to the floor. Page edges were worried between fingers. Afterward, as I stacked the unused handouts, Evelyn squeezed my arm and said, You'll learn them. They don't know yet if it's safe to talk in front of you. Safe to talk about God in a church. The irony throbbed behind my eyes as I washed the coffee pot. Back in the parsonage, the kitchen was my small kingdom. The cabinets rattled when I closed them. The linoleum was nicked, but the space felt more manageable than the sanctuary's cavernous dark. I turned the radio on while I made a late sandwich, some background noise to drown out the creaks and sighs of the house. The station I'd landed on earlier in the week played country music during the day and local news at the top of the hour. Now a cheerful jingle faded and the weather segment kicked in. A male voice, polished and just a shade too eager, launched into the forecast. "We're tracking a severe storm system making its way east," he said. "Models are lining up to bring some pretty nasty stuff right over our area late this weekend, folks. Strong winds, possible hail, heavy rainfall. Think back to that one about 3 years ago. Some of you remember that, I'm sure." I stopped, the knife hovering halfway through a tomato. 3 years. He kept talking. Words like rotation and cell formation, and be prepared sliding past me. My mind had already jumped to the medical reports in the locked drawer. The dates at the top of the pages. The way the secretary's handwriting had crammed extra lines into the margins around the words, "Culling Sunday." "Storm rolling in Sunday," the forecaster concluded. "We'll keep you updated every hour on the hour." The refrigerator hummed louder for a second, as if it too had a reaction. I turned the radio down and finished my sandwich in a sudden quiet. The next morning, I asked Ron about it while we stood in the hallway outside the office. He had dropped by with a stack of mail and an invoice for some plumbing work done before my arrival. His cap sat a little lower on his brow than usual. "Radio says there's a big storm coming in Sunday," I said. "Like the one 3 years ago. You remember that?" He hesitated just long enough for me to feel it. "Just wind and bad memories," he said, handing me the envelope. "We get our share of both out here." "You were here," I pressed lightly, "for that storm, and for the last culling Sunday." He grimaced at the phrase as if it tasted sour. "Storm knocked out power, tore up some roofs," he said. "We cleaned up. That's what you do. As for the other thing," he cut himself off, jaw tightening. "As for the other thing," he repeated, "it doesn't matter what the weather was. Bell rang inside either way." When I asked a few other people in town about the forecast, their reactions weren't much better. They all heard the same 2 words from the radio, storm and Sunday, and something behind their eyes shut down. At the grocery store, near the display of canned soup and batteries someone had thoughtfully dragged to the front, I caught fragments of a hushed conversation between 2 women. "He scheduled service?" one whispered, glancing around as if the cans themselves might report her. "Of course he did," the other replied. "They always do." The way she said they made my skin crawl. Back at the church office, I found myself staring up at the wall calendar. It was last year's, still hanging, the months pinned under a thumbtack to keep them from curling. I took it down, flipped to the current month, and pinned it back up. The paper crackled between my fingers. The dates marched in their neat grid. Monday's square held a penciled note about an AA meeting that probably no longer happened. Wednesday had choir scribbled and then half erased. Sunday, this Sunday, had a faint, uncertain circle around it. The graphite had been rubbed at, an attempt to erase, but the groove of the pencil's path remained. Inside the circle, in small letters almost obliterated by the eraser, I could still make out a word. Culling. Someone had written culling on that date. Then someone else had tried to scrub it away, had ended up smudging it into a gray bruise that refused to disappear. I pulled open the file cabinet drawer with the emergency minutes, flipping through until I found the entry that recorded the vote to remove the bell. The year in the heading matched the forecaster's 3-year mark. The date noted for the last culling Sunday lined up perfectly with the week we were now coming back around to, just on a different year. The clock on the wall above the desk ticked on. I had been hearing it since I walked in. I had not really been listening. Now, as I stood with my finger pressed against that faint word on the calendar, each tick seemed to grow louder, sharp, insistent. Less like a gentle measure of time and more like a slow knock from inside the wall. Tick. Another circle of 7 days. Completed. Tick. Another chance to decide whether to do exactly what had been done before, in the same order, at the same time. Tick. You're making yourself crazy, I told myself. It's just a date. Just weather. Just a town that had a bad year and never quite got over it. But the numbers lined up too neatly. The old minutes. The medical report stamped 10/17. The underlined motion to remove the bell that had failed. The notation about subsequent events overruling the vote. The local weatherman chirping about a system some of you remember. The storm that had never once been mentioned in any of their stories until someone on the radio talked about it. If I was going to stand in the pulpit on Sunday, I needed to put something in front of people besides dread. I turned to the computer on the office desk. It was an aging desktop, the kind that starts with a fan noise like an asthmatic sigh and takes a full minute to show anything on the monitor. The wallpaper was still a photograph of the church from before the boards and the scorch marks, the siding bright, the steeple a clean triangle against a summer sky. The bell rope was visible through an open door, a pale line hanging down. I found the folder labeled Bulletins and opened the most recent file. The layout came up, familiar and utilitarian. Church name and address across the top, order of worship in the center, announcements at the bottom. The last person who had edited it had left their cursors blinking at a date 3 years old. I changed the date to this coming Sunday, changed the sermon title box to When Fear Isn't God, deleted Hale's name and typed my own. The blinking line moved down, hovered over the slogan area. It was blank in the template, a white band waiting for something hopeful. Something simple, I muttered. Something inviting. Something that tells them I'm not him. My fingers moved over the keys almost on their own. Years of church bulletins from my childhood, from seminary internships, from guest preaching gigs in half-empty sanctuaries, guided them. By the time my conscious mind caught up enough to read the line I had just typed, it was already there, black on white. 10 a.m. Rain or shine, all are welcome. I stared at it, my stomach dropping a fraction of an inch. Of all the phrases to choose, my hands had gone for the one this town flinched from like a slap. The one printed in bold at the bottom of Hale's bulletins. The one Ron had told me we don't say here. The one that had buzzed the lights in the parsonage when I'd spoken it aloud. I lifted my hands off the keyboard, pressing my palms flat on the edge of the desk, as if I could push the words back into the screen. You know better than this, I told myself. Change it. Delete it. Write something else. Outside, the sky had gone from overcast to something darker, the clouds thickening into a single mass. The office light made a small, lonely circle on the desk. I highlighted the line, ready to erase it. My finger hesitated over the delete key. Some stubborn part of me, some part that bristled at the idea that words could be claimed and twisted beyond redemption, whispered back, maybe that's exactly why you should keep it. Maybe it needs to be said clean for once. It's just a phrase, I thought. Just weather talk and welcome, like 1,000 other churches put on their bulletins every week. I am not Hale. My theology is not his. God is not bound to do the same thing just because the ink looks similar on the page. I clicked save. The old printer in the corner woke up when I sent the file. It gave a series of begrudging whirs, then grabbed the first sheet of paper with a rough, coughing sound. The rollers squealed. The machine began its shaky work of dragging lines of ink across the blank pages. The sound of it filled the office. The scrape of gears, the thump of the paper tray, the steady, mechanical chug. I watched through the plastic window as the first page inched out, still half hidden in the machine's mouth. At the bottom margin, the line of text I had written emerged, crisp and dark. 10 a.m., rain or shine, all are well. The rest of the word was still inside the printer's throat when the world outside the office exploded in white. Light hit the window like a bomb going off. For a split second, the entire room turned colorless. Every object flattened into stark black and white. The air itself seemed to buzz. Then the sound hit. Thunder cracked over the building so close it didn't feel like it came from above. It felt like it came from inside the walls. The floor jumped under my feet. The clock on the wall rattled, its hands shivering. Somewhere deeper in the structure, something metal vibrated in sympathy, singing a low, shaken note. The overhead lights flickered hard, going out completely for a breath, and then flaring back to life. The printer hiccuped, spat the page the rest of the way out in a jerky little shudder, and fell still. The line at the bottom of the bulletin sat there in glossy black, perfectly formed, unburned. Rain or shine, all are welcome. I stood in the echo of the thunder, heart pounding, the smell of ozone threading in around the old paper and dust. Just a storm, I whispered, though it hadn't started raining yet. Just a storm. The building had other ideas. Every board, every beam, every old wire hummed like a plucked string, as if something very large and very awake had just turned its head in our direction. 3.2. A voice over the weather. By evening, the wind had found its stride. All day it had been testing the town, pushing at loose siding, running its fingers through the trees. After dark, it stopped being playful. It came in steady, heavy gusts that shoved against the parsonage, like a big hand trying the weight of the walls. Branches scraped the roof with long, brittle fingers. The porch light swung on its chain, throwing a nervous rectangle of yellow across the yard. I turned on the television because the house felt too small, with just the wind and my thoughts in it. The local station had switched to full storm coverage. The anchor had the tense, excited look people get when bad weather is finally happening to them instead of somewhere else. Behind him, the radar image spun in loops of red, orange, and sickly green, a storm system shaped like a hooked question mark, curling right over our county. "Here you can see the rotation in the clouds," he said, laser pointer tracing little circles within the bigger swirl. "We've got strong inflow, a lot of energy, especially as we move towards Sunday afternoon and evening. Culling Ridge, you're right here." A dot, a label. "And you're going to want to pay attention to the watches and warnings as they're issued." Outside, the wind whistled along the eaves, a rising, falling tone like someone trying to tune a flute and never quite landing on the right note. Rain had not yet started, but the sky on the other side of the glass was that particular black that feels like it has weight. Every few minutes, as the radar looped back and the anchor repeated his cautions in different words, a bright bar flashed across the bottom of the screen. Severe weather alert. The emergency alert system cut in with its familiar, ugly tone, a long, grating beep that clawed at your nerves, followed by a mechanical voice reading out counties and instructions. This is a message from the emergency alert system. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for... The beep came again, a sustained shriek of electronics. I leaned back in my chair, rubbing my forehead. The sound blended with the wind until my skull felt full of identical pitches. It was during one of those beeps that everything shifted. The radar was on its third replay of the same loop. The anchor's lips were moving in the small box next to it, but the audio had been overridden by the EAS tone. A red banner crawled along the bottom of the screen. The beep stretched, longer than it needed to be, an extended rising whine that made the muscles in my jaw clench. And under it, faint but distinct, another voice spoke. Not the flat, synthetic cadence of the emergency system. A human voice. Male. Low and measured, like someone reading off a script they had written themselves. "This is the Lord's culling," it said. "Those unable to stand will fall." The words slid through the tone like a shape behind frosted glass, half hidden but undeniably there. Each syllable carried that metallic undercurrent I was coming to recognize, the suggestion of something struck just out of range of hearing. I sat forward so fast the chair creaked. The beep cut off. The familiar robotic voice resumed its list of counties. Northwestern County, Central. The anchor came back, smiling his tight, professional smile, talking about hail potential. Nobody on the screen had heard what I had. My heart thumped against my ribs, hard, a quick, hot burst of adrenaline. Did I just hallucinate that? I asked the empty room. The television did not answer. On the screen, bright green blobs marched east in 30-minute increments. The air in the living room felt suddenly too close, too full. The sound of the wind outside pressed against the sound of the TV in a way that made me feel like I was sitting between two arguments. I picked up the remote and clicked the power button. The screen went black. The sudden absence of its light made the reflection in the window jump forward, my own face, pale and vague, superimposed over the night. For a moment, I thought I saw another shape behind my shoulder in the glass, a darker patch in the dim room. When I turned, there was no one there. Just the couch, the lamp, the open door to the short hallway. The quiet that followed the TV's death wasn't quiet at all. The soundscape rearranged itself. The wind became louder by default, its howls sliding along the siding. A downspout on the corner rattled. Somewhere on the roof, a loose length of metal started up its irregular tapping, like someone running a spoon along a banister in fits and starts. Then the rain arrived. It came in all at once, a hard, drumming assault on the roof and windows. The first sheet of it hit so solidly that for a second I could not hear anything else. It rolled down the glass in twisting paths, catching the light from the lamp and dragging it into streaks. I went to the bookshelf, more for something to do with my hands than out of piety, and pulled my Bible down. The leather cover was cool. The thin pages whispered as I flipped through them, the gold-edged corners catching the light. Mercy, I thought. Read about mercy. I found my way to 2 Peter. He is patient with you, not wanting anyone to perish, but everyone to come to repentance. I read the verse out loud, holding onto the phrase like a rope. As soon as I finished it, another line slid quietly across the back of my mind, wearing the same words in a different order. He is patient, waiting for the unfit to perish. I shook my head, hard, like trying to dislodge water from my ears. Read it again, I told myself. Out loud. Put the emphasis where it belongs. He is patient with you, I repeated more firmly, not wanting anyone to perish. Waiting for the unfit to perish, the other voice suggested, an insinuated harmony under my spoken melody. I gripped the edges of the book until my fingers hurt. God is not hail, I said to the empty room. God is not the bell. The rain threw itself at the house. Harder. The roof roared. Each drop became part of a vast, chaotic percussion. Beneath it, my own heartbeat got louder, syncing with the rhythm of the downpour. A low, steady thump in my chest under the higher, frantic drum of water. Every so often, between the broad splatter of rain and the deeper rush of it in the gutters, I heard another sound. A single, high, round note, quick and pure. Ping. Then nothing. Ping. It was the sound of a drop not hitting shingles or grass, but something hollow and hard. Water into a metal bowl. A fingertip flicking the edge of a crystal glass. Each time it popped up out of the storm noise, it was perfectly pitched, startling in its clarity, and gone before I could locate it. I told myself there could be any number of explanations. An old pot left upside down in the yard, a piece of ductwork catching condensation, a trick of acoustics. But the part of my brain that was cataloging everything against what I had read in Hale's notes, against what I had heard in the sanctuary, whispered Bell. That night, sleep didn't so much come as ambush me. Sometime after midnight, after countless failed attempts to pray myself into rest, I dozed off on top of the covers, fully clothed. The wind had not let up. It roared slow and steady around the house. Less a series of gusts now than a continuous push. The rain changed tempo, but never quite stopped. In the dream, there was no parsonage, no bedroom, no clock, just the church. I stood in the nave, somewhere halfway down the center aisle. The sanctuary was not empty this time, but I could not see the congregation clearly. They were there in the sense that I felt the weight of bodies, the pressure of many heartbeats, the faint heat of breath. A murmur of voices hung in the air like fog, but every head was tilted up, every gaze fixed on the darkness above the pulpit. I followed their line of sight. The ceiling evaporated, dissolving into gray. The tower rose out of the haze, taller than it had any right to be, its charred boards looming overhead. The opening where the bell should have hung gaped like a wound. Hale stood in it, not hanging this time, standing as if the hollow were a balcony built for him. The black robe he wore in my last dream clung wetly to his frame, plastered to his limbs by the driving rain that sliced around him. Water streamed from his sleeves, his collar, his smashed face. The wind clawed at him, but he didn't sway. "They took my bell," he said conversationally, as if we were two colleagues discussing a mislaid book. The words thrummed through the space, deep, resonant. Even in the dream, I heard the undertone in them, the faint clang of metal being struck somewhere far away. Each syllable seemed to set the floorboards beneath my feet quivering. "They thought that was the end," he continued. Rain sheeted through him or around him or both. It was hard to tell. He was more substantial than before, less a shadow and more anchored. They thought if they killed the man and broke the metal, the idea would die too. His good eye found me, locked on. "You know better, don't you, Michael?" he asked. My throat tried to close. "No," I managed. "I don't know anything of the sort." He smiled, or did something close to it. With the crushed part of his face, the expression dragged sideways, makeshift and wrong. "The instrument was never the metal," he said. When he laughed, it was not a human sound. It started in his chest, but seemed to resonate in the air itself. bouncing off invisible walls, ricocheting inside my skull. The sanctuary shook with it. The rafters vibrated. The pews hummed. The people I could not quite see shuddered as the laugh moved through them. And threaded under the laugh, synchronized with every exhaled breath, was the tolling of a bell. Not the faint, ghostly chimes I'd been hearing in walls and pipes. This was close, intimate. Each strike landed just behind my eyes, a heavy, dull gong that set my teeth on edge. The sound did not come from the tower or from the sanctuary. It came from the space inside my head, as if someone had hung a small, perfect bell in the hollow behind my forehead and was testing it with a measured hand. The world in the dream vibrated, colors smearing, edges blurring. My knees buckled. As I fell, the last thing I saw was Hale's ruined face looking down, his lips still and his voice still crashing through the space, laughter and tolling layered together into something that felt like judgment. I came awake with a shout caught in my throat. The room was dark. The only light came from the alarm clock, its red digits spitting 2:43 into the air. My pulse hammered, thick and too fast, pressing at my temples. Wind hissed at the edges of the windows, a long, steady exhale. The rain pelted the roof, softer now, but relentless. The house creaked and settled around me, its old bones complaining quietly. For a few seconds, I lay absolutely still, listening to my own breathing and the storm. The dream should have receded, the way dreams do, washed away by waking sounds. But the bell did not leave with it. A thin, metallic ringing clung to the edges of my hearing, too high to be part of the rain's roar, too pure to belong to old pipes. It shimmered there, a fading tone that refused to go out all at once. It lingered as if it had an existence independent of my sleep, echoing in a space that was not entirely inside me and not entirely out. Only after a handful of heartbeats did it finally dissolve, leaving behind the ordinary night noises and the unpleasant, undeniable conviction that what was happening in my dreams was no longer content to stay there. 3.3. The first death I tried to call an accident. 2 days before the storm Sunday, I decided to make a pastoral call. That is what we called them in seminary. Not visits, not check-ins, pastoral calls. It made the act sound official, holy even. Like you were bringing something with you when you showed up at someone's door, instead of just your own awkwardness and a Bible. Evelyn's name kept floating to the top of my mental list. She had been at the Bible study, stiff-backed and sharp-eyed, her hands wrapped around a mug like it was the only warm thing left in the building. Ron had mentioned her in passing as a pillar once. In the files, I had seen her last name attached to one of the medical reports from 3 years ago. Patient 3, ruptured aneurysm, female, 28. Same last name, same address. You learn to read those patterns whether you want to or not. Her house sat 3 blocks off Main, a narrow 2-story with clapboard siding and a small front porch, just big enough for a rocking chair and a dead fern. The paint was peeling in careful strips, as if someone had started scraping and then lost the will to finish. A wind chime hung by the door, all little silver tubes. They swung in the breeze but barely made a sound. The cords tangled. When I knocked, the sound felt too loud in the quiet street. "Come in, it's open," her voice called from inside, thin but carrying. The living room smelled like old paper and lemon cleanser. Every surface held a photograph. Frames crowded the mantel, the side tables, even the windowsills. Black and white wedding portraits with stiff collars and veils. Faded color shots of kids in Halloween costumes. A graduation photo with a young man in a blue gown, cap crooked, grin wide and easy. Some frames were polished. Others had a thin halo of dust around them, as if they had been moved just enough to be looked at and then set back down. "That one's Mark," she said, catching my gaze on the graduation picture as I shrugged off my coat. "My boy. Yours if you want him for a sermon illustration." I blinked. "I'm not sure that's—" "I'm joking, Reverend," she said, though her mouth did not quite make the shape. "Sit down. You want tea?" "Tea would be lovely," I managed. The kitchen was visible through a wide archway. A small radio sat on the counter by the sink, the kind with a dial and an antenna you have to twist just right. It murmured softly in the background, a country song bleeding into the edges of the room. The table in front of me was set with 2 cups already, as if she had been expecting company anyway. Floral china, matching saucers, small silver spoons laid beside them. She poured, the liquid amber in the afternoon light. Her hands shook just enough that the tea rippled in the cups. "You said you used to run the kids' choir," I said, picking the least dangerous topic I could find. "That must have been something." "Loud," she said, "and off-key, and the best part of my week for longer than you've been alive." She sat across from me, lowering herself into the chair with the careful movements of someone who had learned that her body could not be trusted not to surprise her. Up close, the lines on her face were deeper, the fatigue under her eyes more pronounced. But there was a sharpness there too, a keen edge that grief hadn't dulled. We talked around things for a while. Weather, the grocery store, the way the town had changed. She asked polite questions about where I had come from, my parents, whether I had siblings. The small talk lay over the room like a thin blanket, enough to cover us, not enough to warm. Eventually, as it always does in houses like that, the conversation drifted toward the photographs. "How many grandchildren do you have?" I asked, nodding toward the frames. "3, she said. 2 girls in Iowa, 1 boy in Ohio. They send me pictures on holidays. They call when their parents remember to tell them to." She nodded toward the graduation photo again. "I had 1 son here. I saw his name in the records," I said gently. "I'm sorry." "Records?" She snorted softly. "Is that what they call it now? I suppose it's better than culling Sunday obituary." Silence spread out between us. The radio in the kitchen drifted from song to advertisement, to the rattled cadence of a DJ joking about the storm. His voice was distant, tinny, like it was coming from the bottom of a metal bucket. "Do you believe God kills the weak to toughen the strong, Reverend?" she asked suddenly. The question landed like a stone in the middle of the table. My teacup rattled against the saucer. "No," I said, the answer automatic, well-rehearsed, textbook. "I believe we live in a broken world. Bodies fail, accidents happen, disease takes people without warning. I believe God grieves with us in that He is with the broken-hearted, not the one breaking them." She watched me over the rim of her cup, her eyes pale and steady. "That's nice," she said. "They taught you that in school." "They taught me scripture," I said, a little more firmly. "They taught me that Christ wept at a grave, that he raised people instead of dropping them, that God is not willing that any should perish." The radio, as if offended by my use of its favorite verse, crackled. The DJ's voice cut out mid-sentence. For 1 second there was static, shivering and high. Then, clear and bright, the sound of a chime. It was out of place, a note too pure for a scratchy kitchen radio. Like the hour bell of some distant clock tower had chosen that exact second to cut through the interference. A single, precise tone, thin as glass and perfectly rounded. I felt it in my teeth. Evelyn's hand went to her chest. "Are you all right?" I asked, half rising from my chair. Her fingers pressed into the fabric of her blouse, right over her heart. Her eyes went wide, not with the vague confusion of a faint, but with a sharp, sudden fear, like she had just recognized a face she had prayed never to see again. "Not this," she started. Her chair went over backward. The sound of it hitting the floor was brutally ordinary. Wood slapping tile, a leg catching on the table edge. A cup toppled, porcelain shattering, the liquid spreading in a thin brown arc. The little silver spoon rolled in a tight circle, ringing a bright, panicked "Lan can," against the tile, until it lost momentum and fell over with a final, tiny clink. "Evelyn!" I was on my knees beside her before the spoon stopped moving. Her body was twisted awkwardly, one arm flung toward the counter, her feet tangled in the chair legs. Her eyes stared at something far above us, past the ceiling, past the roof. Her mouth worked once, silently. I fumbled my phone out of my pocket with fingers that did not feel like mine. Dialed 911. The ringtone barely had time to form before the operator's voice answered. Calm, professional, too slow. "Culling Ridge Dispatch. What's your emergency?" "This is Reverend Hayes," I heard myself say. "I'm at 214 Maple with Evelyn." She collapsed. "She's not responding." The questions came in a practiced sequence. "Is she breathing? Does she have a pulse?" I pressed my fingers to her neck, to the soft hollow just below her jaw. Nothing. Or if there was something, my own pulse was pounding too hard in my fingertips to feel it. "Start CPR," the operator instructed. "I'm sending paramedics now." I had been certified. We all had. It was required. Somewhere in my brain, the training video played on fast forward, all diagrams and smiling instructors. Kneel, hands in the center of the chest, interlock fingers, lock elbows, push hard and fast. I did. Her sternum felt fragile under my palms. Each compression made a dull, sickening sound, a mix of bone and cartilage and the little noises a body makes when it is forced to move without consent. My arms burned. Sweat prickled behind my knees. I counted under my breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, trying to match the tempo they had drilled into us. As I worked, another sound rose up under the counting. A low, deep note, so low it was felt more than heard. It vibrated through the floor and into my knees, up my spine, into my teeth. Not as distinct as the chime from the radio. Broader. Like someone had struck a massive bell somewhere far below the house, in the bedrock, and the whole town was resonating with it. Bong. The cabinets rattled slightly. The photographs on the walls trembled. The little silver spoon shivered on the tile in response, as if some unseen hand had flicked it. "Sir?" The dispatcher's voice was a thin thread in my ear. "Sir, keep going." "I am," I gasped. "I am." Time turned syrupy. Seconds stretched. My shoulders ached. The only sounds were my own breathing, ragged and too loud. The wet thump of my hands against her chest. The far-off roar of rain building outside. And that one lingering impression of a note that had already been struck and was only now fading. Footsteps on the porch. The door flung open. A gust of cooler air and the smell of wet pavement blew into the kitchen as the paramedics arrived. Heavy bags banging against their thighs. They moved with the efficient urgency of people who have done this 100 times. "Male or female?" one asked, though her eyes were already on the body. "Female," I said, stumbling back to give them space. "70s. Collapsed." She said. She grabbed her chest. They took my place, one dropping to his knees, the other opening a kit. A monitor came out, its cords trailing, pads slapped onto Evelyn's skin with practiced movements. The machine chirped and then began its steady beep, a synthetic metronome that felt obscene in the face of her stillness. "Pulse?" the woman asked. "Nothing," the man said. They shocked her once. Her body jerked. The monitor squealed, then settled back into its flat, complaining line. They worked on her for what felt like a year and probably was less than 10 minutes. At some point, the dispatcher's voice disappeared from my ear. I realized I was still holding the phone, my hand numb around it. I set it down on the counter next to the radio. The little box had returned to music, oblivious, a crooner somewhere lamenting lost love over a steel guitar. Finally, the paramedic at the monitor looked at the wall clock, noted the time. "Call it," she said softly. "Time of death, 3:14 p.m., the other replied, equally soft. "Stroke," he added to me by way of explanation, as if I had asked. "Happens. Happens." The word hovered between us, thin and helpless. I nodded, clinging to it like driftwood. Stroke. Happens. A vessel in the brain gives out, that is all. Nothing more. An old woman with a history of stress, maybe high blood pressure, a bad genetic draw. It fit neatly into the explanation drawer I had been trying to keep open since I got here. But in the back of my mind, another drawer slid out on its own. 3 years ago. 3 deaths in one service. 3 different failures. Heart, aneurysm, burst vessel. All sudden. All unconnected except for the timing. Each report stamped time of death. 10:17 a.m. Today, 1 woman, 1 vessel, 1 time. The clock on her wall ticked past 3:15 as they began to pack up their gear. They covered her face with a sheet they pulled from their kit, clean white against the worn tablecloth. I found myself staring at the way the fabric settled over her nose and mouth, the small tent of it collapsing slowly as the last air escaped. After the paramedics left, after the neighbors began to gather on the sidewalk, murmuring, and someone mentioned calling her son out of state, I found myself alone in the kitchen again for a moment. The tea had cooled on the table, spreading into a sticky stain on the cloth. The broken cup lay in 2 large pieces and a scatter of white shards. The spoon rested on its side, its bowl still. On the corner of the table, half buried under a folded dish towel, a sheet of paper caught my eye. It was a bulletin. Old, the paper gone soft at the edges, the ink slightly faded. The church's name at the top. The date matched the last culling Sunday in the files. The order of service listed hymns and prayers I recognized. At the bottom, under the line announcing the preacher, Reverend Orson Hale, was a bold, proud tagline. Culling Sunday. The bell will sound. Rain or shine. The words crawled under my skin. I picked up the bulletin carefully, trying not to disturb the other objects on the table. Outside, the sky gave a low, prolonged growl. Thunder rolled across the town, not a sharp crack, but a sustained, throaty rumble. The window panes trembled. The glass in the picture frames buzzed faintly. In that drawn-out growl, in the seam between thunder and the rattling of the dishes, I heard a voice. It was my voice, or close enough that my body recognized it before my mind did. The same timbre, the same cadence, but flattened, hollowed out, as if it had traveled a long way through metal. "One already," it whispered. I stood very still, the bulletin in my hand, the paper soft and damp at the edges from my sweat. The house exhaled. The thunder rolled away into the distance. Just the storm, I told myself. My heart counted the lie like a second hand, ticking it off, 1 beat at a time. 4.1, reading a dead man's sermons. I did not set out to become an expert in a dead man's theology. It happened the way most obsessions do, not in a dramatic moment, but in small choices repeated until they added up to a pattern. One afternoon in the office turned into two. One folder from the locked drawer turned into a growing stack on my desk. I kept telling myself I was just getting context, like they taught us to do in seminary. Know the history, understand what went wrong, diagnose the wound before you prescribe. The truth was simpler and uglier. I wanted to know what kind of man could stand in a pulpit and talk his people into believing that a bell could be God's hand. The sermons were all there, crammed into 3 bulging folders labeled Hail, Year 1, Year 2, Year 3. Typed manuscripts, handwritten outlines, scraps of paper with phrases and references scribbled on them. Whoever had filed them had done so with a strange kind of care, as if preserving evidence. I started with the earliest. At first glance, they could have belonged to any conservative pastor in any small town church in the country. Titles like The Wages of Sin, The Narrow Road, No One Comes to the Father. The texts were familiar. Roman roads of salvation, parables of lost sheep and prodigal sons, the standard arsenal of evangelical preaching. In those early sermons, Hale wrote about sin and grace in ways that would not have raised a single eyebrow in my theology professors. He quoted Ephesians about being saved by grace through faith, not by works. He lingered on the image of the Father running to meet the prodigal. He urged his congregation to repent, to turn back, to trust. If I squinted, I could almost hear the cadence of it, feel the rise and fall of his voice under the fluorescent lights and the hum of the fans. But somewhere around the middle of the first folder, the tone began to shift. The change was subtle at first. A different emphasis here, a slightly altered metaphor there. He started using the word order more often. Strength, the burden of carrying the weak. He still quoted scripture, but the texts he chose leaned towards separation and judgment. Sheep on one side, goats on the other, wheat and tares, branches that did not bear fruit being cut off and thrown into the fire. I read one line 3 times. We dishonor God's design when we make it our mission to carry those He has clearly marked for cutting. My stomach knotted. Page after page, he pressed the image of pruning into the service of something else. He wrote about the vine and the branches not as a picture of life drawing from Christ, but as a system to keep the plant lean, efficient, unburdened by unproductive growth. He used the language of agriculture in a way that left no room for weakness except as fuel. The metaphors got colder, less about sheep and shepherds, more about fields and knives. The farmer does not weep over every stalk he pulls, one sermon declared. He rejoices that the field is not choked. In another, he described in loving detail how a responsible rancher culls sick animals from the herd before infection spreads. How mercy sometimes looks like a bullet in the skull of a calf so the others can live. He called it tough love, holy realism, faithfulness to the principle of order. Each sentence sat on the page with a kind of heavy inevitability, like a weight hung from the bottom of every clause. Reading them, I felt my own neck being tugged downward, my spine shortening under the constant pull. It reminded me of standing too close to a large bell. Even when it was still, its mass did something to the space around it. It made you aware of gravity in a new way. The office was quiet except for the sounds I was making in it. The whisper of paper as I turned each page. The soft, repetitive tap of my pen against the desktop. A nervous habit I'd picked up in seminary and never quite managed to break. The steady tick of the clock on the wall, counting out the slow death of the afternoon. After a while, those three sounds began to find each other. Tap of pen, tick of clock, rustle of page, three short, two, tap, 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 tick, 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 rustle, rustle. A pattern emerged without my consent. 332, 332, the rhythm of something being swung on a rope, building momentum, the pattern of a bell's peal. I forced myself to stop tapping, set the pen down deliberately. The clock kept going. The pages kept whispering. I went back to the text. Somewhere in the second folder, the ugly clarity of it finally broke through whatever charitable lens I had been trying to keep over my eyes. This was not just bad theology. This was a worldview. It was eugenics with Bible verses. Hale preached about the holy necessity of culling the unfit, about a church that had grown flabby with sentimentality, unwilling to let God trim away the fat. He called illness and poverty indications of divine displeasure, signs that a life was out of alignment with kingdom usefulness. He used the word ballast for people. I stopped reading and put my head in my hands. No, I muttered, reaching for the pen again. The need to push back suddenly physical. That's not what pruning means. That's not what judgment is for. I started marking the margins. This is not the gospel. I wrote next to a paragraph describing God's pleasure in a lean, hardened flock. Where is Christ in this? I scribbled under a line claiming that God speaks most clearly when he subtracts. In the earlier sermons, someone else had written those objections in a different ink. The handwriting was tighter, more angular. I imagined some elder or board member reading with growing unease, trying to tug the steering wheel a few degrees back toward sanity. Now I added my own scrawl in a third color, the page becoming a layered argument between a man in a pulpit and the people trapped listening to him, living and dead. This is fear, not holiness, I wrote. This is abuse with scripture. The deeper I went, the more my head buzzed. A pressure built behind my eyes, the kind you get from reading for too long in bad light, or from clenching your jaw without realizing it. Outside, the wind toyed with the siding, but in here the world had narrowed to the desk, the folders, the sound of that clock ticking in its small, consistent arc. 332, 332. You hurt them, I whispered at one point. The words for him, for myself, for God. You used everything that was supposed to heal and turned it into a weapon. Then, near the back of the third folder, I found one of the last sermons he ever wrote. You could tell it was late in the trajectory by the title alone. The Mercy of the Bell. The manuscript was more worn than the others. Edges creased, middle pages smudged. It looked as if it had been carried around, handled, fought over. The first half was familiar by now. Hale's favorite images honed into sharper knives. The bell as the voice of God. The congregation as the field ripe for harvest. The burdened, strong groaning under the weight of the spiritually anemic. Then, midway down the second page, the typing stopped. Below the printed lines, the text shifted to handwriting. The script was different from his usual neat, economical hand. The letters here leaned more, crowded each other, and the ink was darker in places, as if he had pressed too hard. The bell does not just select, the handwritten edition read. It obeys. It rang when I asked it to. I stared at the words, my heart stuttering. Up until that moment, the line I had drawn, the line that let me categorize all of this as twisted, yes, but still within the realm of delusion, ran like this. Hale believed the bell echoed God's decisions. He saw himself as announcing what heaven had already decreed. Terrible but comprehensible in its own warped way. This sentence stepped decisively over that line. Here, he wasn't just saying the bell revealed God's will. He was claiming it responded to his own. It obeys, not responds, not accompanies, obeys. A chill crept up from the floorboards and settled between my shoulders. I could feel the weight of the empty tower outside, the absence of the bell like a physical presence. On the line beneath Hale's words, in a different hand yet again, someone had written a single comment. The letters were big, blocky, slashed onto the page with more anger than control. Blasphemy. No exclamation point. It did not need one. The word itself was a flare. I sat back in my chair, the springs complaining softly. In the quiet of the office, the clock ticked on, oblivious. The pages in front of me seemed to thicken, gain an extra layer of opacity. The room felt smaller, as if the act of reading this had closed a door behind me I had not noticed walking through. Until then, I had been able to tell myself a story that made my continued presence here manageable. A broken man twisted God into his own shape. A broken town let him do it. And now it was my job to unwind the damage with gentler words and better theology. The handwriting on the bottom of that sermon suggested something else. What if it was not just bad ideas catching hold of frightened people? What if, at some point, he had asked something to ring, and it had? Not because he was holy or right, but because he had stood in a particular place, at a particular time, and offered himself as an instrument. The folders rustled faintly as I closed them, the sound like a sigh of thin metal. The clock marked another beat in its quiet 3-3-2. It was just paper, I told myself. Just ink and poor exegesis. Words do not have power unless you give it to them. The empty tower outside the office window listened to that thought and did not agree. 4.2. The meeting in the fellowship hall. The rain started just as people began to arrive. Not the full violence the forecasters had promised yet, but a steady, insistent drumming that turned the gravel of the parking lot into dark patches and made everyone hunch shoulders and grip jackets tighter as they crossed the short stretch from cars to building. The fellowship hall door banged open and shut in quick succession, each thud sending a little shiver through the thin walls. We had dragged out the folding chairs and set them in two uneven semicircles, facing a long table at the front. The table held a metal coffee urn, a stack of styrofoam cups, a jar of powdered creamer. The coffee smelled too strong, thick and burnt, as if someone had poured the last few inches from 10 pots into one and reheated it. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed like trapped insects, their cold glow flattening everyone's faces. The floor was old linoleum, yellowed and scuffed. Every time someone shifted their chair, the metal legs scraped with a nails-on chalkboard screech. I stood for a moment behind the long table watching them assemble, and thought how much it looked like the budget meetings I'd sat through in other churches. Same chairs, same coffee, same tired people. The only difference was what hung in the air. Fear has a smell. You recognize it if you spend enough time with the grieving and the guilty. A sour sharpness under the soap and deodorant. A tension in the way people breathe. It was thick in that room. Ron sat near the front, arms folded, jaw set. Marlene from the diner perched on the edge of her chair, hands around a cup she hadn't drunk from. Luke, the man with the cap, leaned against the back wall, arms crossed, the brim shadowing his eyes. A few faces I hadn't seen before were scattered among them. A woman with 3 kids pressed close to her legs. An older man with a cane, a younger man in a hoodie with permanent shadows under his eyes. "Thank you all for coming on short notice," Ron said, standing up to open the meeting. His voice bounced off the bare walls. "We figured, with the storm coming and the Reverend fixin' to hold service Sunday, some things needed to be said out loud before they get decided for us." The rain on the fellowship hall's tin roof played a rough, uneven rhythm overhead. It wasn't loud yet, but noticeable, like someone lightly drumming fingers on a table and getting more impatient by the minute. I took a breath. "I don't want to decide anything for you," I said. "But I asked for this meeting because it's your church, your town. I can't pretend to know what's best without hearing from you." A murmur rolled through the room. Not quite agreement, not quite protest. Chairs creaked. Styrofoam squeaked under fingers. Ron cleared his throat. "There's two main questions," he said. "One, are we really opening the sanctuary this Sunday? With that..." He jerked his thumb toward the direction of the boarded nave. "In the forecast? 2, what are we doing with the boards long term? Are we going to keep living like that thing is a tomb? Or are we going to stop being afraid of a building?" The division in the room showed itself in where people turned their heads. On one side, the faces tightened, bodies leaning slightly away from the sanctuary's direction, even though you couldn't see it from here. Evelyn's empty chair sat among them like a missing tooth. These were the people whose grief was closer to the surface, whose losses had names written in the old bulletins. Their eyes had the look of people who have already given enough. "We should leave it shut," said a woman near the corner. Jacob's mother, I realized. Her hands rested on her knees, fingers digging into the fabric of her jeans. "We nailed it up for a reason. We start pulling those boards. We're just inviting it back in. We don't have to give it a name," she added quickly, as if someone might correct her theology. "But we all know what I mean." A murmur of agreement, low and fearful. The rain on the roof ticked a little faster, as if to underscore her words. On the other side, a different kind of tension. "We can't keep acting like we live in a haunted museum," said the younger man in the hoodie, pushing himself forward in his chair. His knee bounced. "We got kids growing up who don't know what a normal Sunday looks like. They think God is a locked door and a boarded window. They think church is something you whisper about in diners. That's not right." "It wasn't right before either," someone muttered. He shot them a look. "At least before," he said. "There was order. People knew where they stood. You messed around, you got called out. You did wrong, there was consequences. The way things are now, feels like nobody's afraid of anything they ought to be afraid of. Kids skipping school, drunks at the gas station, folks drawing welfare who could be working. Everything's soft." The word hung there, soft. On the roof, the rain abruptly intensified, turning from fingers to palms. The drumming deepened, a sudden hail of sound that filled the pauses in his sentence. It wasn't just louder, it was more focused, as if the storm had leaned specifically over our little hall. I felt a prickle at the back of my neck. That's not..." I started, then stopped, because somewhere underneath my irritation with his blanket judgments, something in me understood what he meant. "You know the burden too." Hale's voice, or the memory of it, slid through my head like a knife through old cloth. "You sit in hospital rooms and hear the same excuses. You watch the same people come forward every week, crying over the same sins, and then go home and repeat them. You carry the ones who won't carry themselves and call it love. You know what it feels like when your back aches, Reverend. You know what it costs to keep lifting." I realized my head was nodding along to the younger man's litany, a fraction harder than my own convictions warranted. I forced myself to still. The answer isn't more fear, I said. Fear might make people behave for a while, but it doesn't heal anything. Hale's way. You keep saying Hale's way like it wasn't half this town's way too, the man cut in. He didn't preach that stuff into a void. People stayed. People clapped. A ripple of discomfort went through the chairs. Someone shifted, scraping metal on linoleum. The coffee urn hissed softly as it cycled. He killed people, Jacob's mother snapped. You want to clap for that too? He didn't pull the trigger, Hoodie Man said. He rang a bell. We all rang it, someone else murmured, almost too low to hear. The older man with the cane tapped it once against the floor. I ain't saying I want him back, he said slowly. God knows no, but I do miss knowing. He stared at his hands. When he pointed, you knew who he meant. When the bell rang, you knew it meant something. Now it's just sirens and weather and nobody's sure what any of it's for. The rain, which had been hammering hard during the talk of weakness and burden, eased off slightly at the word grace when Marlene finally spoke. We could try grace, she said quietly. We haven't actually tried that yet. Not really. She glanced at me, then away. We went from pretending everybody deserved to die to pretending nothing happened at all. Maybe there's a middle somewhere. The downpour softened for a moment, the drumming on the roof retreating from a roar to a steady patter, as if the storm itself had taken a breath. Nobody else seemed to notice. Or if they did, they didn't let on. I was the only one staring up at the ceiling as if it might have an opinion. We have to decide something, Ron said. The Reverend says he's holding service Sunday. Storm or no storm. All eyes shifted to me. I swallowed. I am planning to be in that sanctuary at 10 a.m., I said. Rain or shine. A muscle jumped in Ron's jaw at the phrase, but he didn't interrupt. I'm not inviting a bell to choose who lives and who dies. I'm inviting people to sit in a room and hear that God is not what they were told, that He is not looking for excuses to thin them out. You can close the doors and let the storm pass. You can leave them boarded forever and let that room rot. Or you can open them and risk feeling something again. It wasn't a perfect speech. It wasn't even a good one. But it was all I had. The room stirred. No one looked satisfied. I don't want it back, Jacob's mother said, voice tight. Whatever we had then, whatever he made us feel. I don't either, the hoodie man said. But I'm tired of living like we're waiting for a ghost to finish a sentence we never let it finish. The rain surged again when he said ghost, then backed off, as if the storm were pacing above us, restless. For most of the meeting, one woman in the back had said nothing. She sat in a folding chair pushed against the far wall, small frame almost swallowed by a heavy cardigan. Her hair was white and thin, pulled back in a low knot, her hands folded over the handle of her cane. I had noticed her come in and then lost track of her in the swirl of arguments. Now, as the voices rose and overlapped, she straightened slowly and pushed herself to her feet. The room quieted without anyone being told to hush. She did not introduce herself. She did not have to. The way people's eyes slid to her, the way shoulders adjusted, told me she had earned the right to speak long before I arrived. We killed him, she said. Her voice was not loud, but the words hit like a dropped stone in a shallow pond. Every ear in the hall caught them. We pulled the bell on his head, she went on. You all remember that part, even if you pretend you don't. Her gaze swept the chairs. Some of you were in that tower. Some of you held the rope. Some of you watched from the floor and didn't move. The rain pounded in a sudden, dense curtain, as if someone had tipped a bucket over the roof. I felt my throat close. I began, more out of reflex than anything. She lifted a hand, palm out, stopping me as neatly as if she'd pressed a finger to my lips. "You weren't here," she said. "This isn't your confession." She turned her attention back to the room. "We tell it now like it was a revolt against a monster," she said. "We say we saw him killing our people and we rose up. We say we did what had to be done to stop him." Her eyes were clearer than most in the room, sharp as nails. "That's not the whole story." Marlene shifted, discomfort flickering across her face. Ron stared at the floor. "At first, we loved what he was saying," the old woman continued. "Do not lie. Remember how full these chairs were. Remember how it felt when he said God was on your side and against all the people you were already tired of. The lazy, the drunk, the ones whose kids made noise during prayer, the ones who married wrong, voted wrong, believed wrong. It felt clean, didn't it? Like finally someone was putting lines in the sand." She took a breath. Her shoulders rose and fell under the heavy cardigan. "We cheered when the bell rang for people we already disliked," she said. "We said it was God making things easier for us. We told ourselves it was holy." Her gaze landed on the younger man in the hoodie, then flicked to Jacob's mother, then to Ron. Nobody met it for long. "We didn't turn on him when he preached that God kills the weak," she said. "We didn't turn on him after the first Sunday, or the second, or the third." Her hand tightened on the cane. "We turned on him when he started picking the wrong people." "The wrong," I echoed, before I could stop myself. "The ones we needed," she said flatly. "Men who fixed our tractors, women who watched our grandkids, people we liked, people we assumed were safe because they were useful. When the bell rang for them, we called it madness." A bitter, humorless smile ghosted across her mouth. "It took God's so-called hand reaching for us to decide it wasn't God at all." The rain on the roof shifted from pounding to a weird, syncopated patter, as if it were searching for a rhythm it hadn't used yet. My skin prickled. "So we climbed the tower," she said. "We pulled the bolts. We cut the supports. We let gravity do what we had cheered for it to do to others." She looked directly at me now. "He died under the bell. We never repented for why we rang it to begin with." No one spoke. The room felt suddenly airless, as if the confession had sucked the oxygen out. The fluorescent lights hummed. A drop of water found its way through some seam in the roof and hit the floor with a soft, isolated pat. I thought of the handwritten note at the bottom of Hale's sermon. The bell does not just select, it obeys. It rang when I asked it to. And of the scrawled reply, blasphemy. Whatever had listened to him up there, we weren't just dealing with its obedience. We were dealing with the fact that a whole town had loved the sound of it when it suited them. "We can board the doors," the old woman said, her voice quieter now. "We can turn off the TV. We can pretend storms are just weather. But until we decide what we believe about who deserves to stand and who deserves to fall, that tower will never be empty." The rain hammered hard at the last word, then fell back to a steady, relentless drum. Nobody moved to adjourn. No one suggested coffee. We sat there, a room full of people under bad lighting, while the storm tested the roof and tried not to look at the place where the ceiling met the wall, as if we expected something heavy to start shifting up there again. 4.3. The night the bell rang inside me. The night before the storm Sunday, the town held its breath. Rain had not yet committed to its full assault. It came in waves, sheets that swept across the streets and then thinned to mist, like the sky was practicing. Wind prowled up and down the blocks, testing porch steps and gutters, shouldering trees and listening to how they creaked. In the parsonage, the walls shivered every time a bigger gust came through. A faint tremor in the plaster, as if the house itself were bracing. I could not stay in it. Every room felt too full of my own thoughts, too cramped with the phrases I had read in Hale's sermons and the words the old woman had spoken in the fellowship hall. I tried the kitchen, tried to pray over the sink with my hands braced on the counter, but my reflection in the dark window stared back at me like an intruder. I tried the bedroom, but the bed felt accusatory, a place for cowards who slept through storms. In the end, I did the one thing that made the least sense and felt, in that moment, like the only honest choice. I went to the sanctuary. The side door complained softly when I opened it, the hinges whining under the strain of damp. The air inside was immediately cooler, carrying the deep, settled chill of a structure that had not been regularly warmed by bodies in a long time. The darkness did not feel empty. It felt like it had been waiting. I did not turn on the lights. Lightning did it for me. Every few seconds, a pale flash reached in through the dirty, stained glass windows, washing the pews and the aisle in a thin, sickly color, before retreating and leaving everything darker than before. The glass, once bright, was now dulled by a film of dust and time. The saints and symbols in it were little more than smudged shapes. In the brief flares of lightning, they became smears of blue and red and yellow, like bruises on the walls. Thunder followed at a distance, a low, constant grumble that rolled over the building like an animal turning in its sleep. My footsteps on the aisle sounded too loud in the absence of any other human noise. Each step made the old boards answer with a soft, strained creak. Dust rose in tiny clouds, visible only when the next lightning flash sliced across them, a swarm of drifting motes caught in midair. I walked all the way to the pulpit and stopped there, placing a hand on the worn wood. It was solid and cool under my palm, the carved cross on the front a darker silhouette in each flash. Above it, in the gloom, the faint lines of the tower opening could be seen, a small square of deeper shadow in the ceiling. I had promised myself that if I came in here again at night, I would not stand in that spot. I would stay on the floor, on the same level as everyone else, keep my feet on boards that had not been used to command. My body did not care about my promises. I climbed the 2 steps up and set both hands on the sides of the pulpit, the way I had seen my father do 1,000 times. Lightning flashed again, and for a heartbeat my own shadow leapt up the back wall, taller than it had any right to be, head tilted toward the invisible hollow of the tower. The thunder rumbled, closer now. I tried to pray. "Lord," I said, the word dragging its way out of my throat. The sanctuary caught it and handed it back in a smaller form, a faint echo that nested itself under my ribs. I did not bother with the polite, pastoral phrases this time. No, thank you for this day. No, be with us. There was no one here but me and whatever had decided to share this space. It felt false to pretend otherwise. "Lord," I said again, more steadily. Was Hale a monster, or was he right about some of this? The question left my mouth and settled over the pews like smoke. The echoes climbed, bled into the rafters. Was he right about some of this? It was the part I had been careful not to say out loud until now, even in my own mind, the part that had started whispering when the younger man talked about lazy people and burdens. The part that had nodded along when the old woman said they loved hearing about God being on their side against everyone who annoyed them. The part of me that was tired. Tired of the ones who never changed. Tired of the cycles of confession and failure. Tired of the same faces with the same problems, the same crises, the same apologies. Tired of calling that endless lifting love and wondering, late at night, if it was actually enabling. As soon as I admitted it, to myself, to the dark, to God, something shifted. It was not outside. No wind gust hit the tower at that exact moment. No extra clap of thunder cracked the air. The stained glass did not rattle more loudly. The change happened inside my chest. The closest comparison I can make is the feeling of someone's hand closing around the knob of an old radio and turning it. A slow, deliberate twist that finds a new station through the static. A click, then a surge of sound. Somewhere behind my sternum, something began to vibrate. At first it was a low hum, like a truck engine idling a long way off. Then it strengthened, concentrating itself into a single, clear tone that rose up through the bones of my ribs and into my throat. My heart stuttered around it, trying to decide whether to sync with the rhythm or fight it. I was not hearing a bell with my ears. I was ringing one. The sound seemed to start in the hollow space just above my heart and radiate outward. My sternum thrummed. My teeth chattered, not from cold, but from the subtle, insistent vibration that had taken up residence in my bones. My fingers curled against the wood of the pulpit, as if bracing against a physical impact. The sanctuary reacted, the windows shuddered in their frames, the stained glass panels chiming softly against their leaded supports. The pews groaned, an old, tired complaint pushed out of them by the sudden movement of air. Dust sifted down from the rafters in a gentle, steady fall, like ash. Lightning strobed against the windows. Thunder slammed down on the roof, but for a moment, both seemed secondary, like accompaniment. The primary sound was inside, a clear, insistent tolling that did not travel through air at all, but through bone. I opened my mouth to shout, to say something like stop or no or Lord, but what emerged was none of those. It came out smooth, full, in a tone that was my own and not my own. On Sunday, I heard myself declare, "The Lord will sort the living." The words boomed in the empty room. They did not need a microphone. The architecture picked them up and carried them to the back wall, bounced them back again. I watched them land on the pew backs, the floor, the communion table like invisible weights. The bell in my chest swung again. "The bell may be missing," I said. My voice, my breath, not my choice. But the culling continues. I felt my throat form the sounds, my tongue shape the consonants. My lungs pushed the air. But the intent behind the words did not originate with me. It slid up from that vibrating place and borrowed my mouth. The sentence hung there for a heartbeat, heavy and awful. Then the sanctuary repeated it. "On Sunday the Lord will sort the living," came the first echo, exactly in my voice, exact in pitch and cadence, just a fraction softer. "The bell may be missing, but the culling continues," the second echo added, a shade lower. A third repetition followed, dragging like something heavy being pulled across stone. The pitch dropped another step, the timbre roughened, and the vowels lengthened into something that did not belong in my throat. "On Sunday," the third echo intoned, "the Lord will sort the living." The bell in my chest hit again, harder. My ribs ached. "The bell may be missing," the voice finished, "but the culling continues." That third voice was not mine. It wore my words, but the sound was darker, thickened by years of shouting into high ceilings, by cold air and hot judgment. It carried the same metallic resonance I had heard in the dream, in the distorted prayers, in the glitching emergency alert tone. Hearing it, my body recognized something my theology refused to categorize. Hail. Panic finally broke through whatever pressure had been holding me still. I bit down. Hard. My teeth closed on my own tongue with enough force to send a sharp, electric pain through my jaw. The copper taste of blood flooded my mouth, warm and immediate. It dripped down the back of my throat, and I gagged. The act snapped something. The bell inside my chest shuddered, wobbled on its invisible pivot, and began to slow. The ringing did not stop all at once. It faded in increments, each swing smaller, each tone thinner, like the sound you hear after exiting a concert, when the music is gone but your ears still buzz with it. The windows settled. The pews stopped groaning. Dust continued to fall for a moment, then thinned to the occasional drifting mote. I staggered back from the pulpit, one hand clamped over my mouth, fingers sticky with my own blood. My breathing came in harsh, shallow pulls. Every heartbeat felt like a separate event, an effort. The sanctuary was very dark between lightning flashes. When the next one came, the brief, colorless light revealed the pulpit standing where I had left it, the carved cross unchanged, the aisle stretching out empty. I stepped down, my legs trembling, and made myself walk toward the back. The boards under my feet responded with their usual complaints. The air had the same old scents: wax, wood, faint ash. If someone had asked in that moment, I could have almost convinced myself nothing had happened. Almost. Halfway down the aisle, a thought occurred to me, as intrusive and irresistible as the words that had come out of my mouth. Look. The impulse was simple, irrational. It landed in my mind with the weight of compulsion. Look at the tower. There was a small, square window high in the back wall, positioned so that you could see up into the lowest part of the belfry if you stood in just the right spot. In daylight, you could make out the empty beams, the ropes that no longer hung there. At night, it was usually just a patch of deeper black. Lightning split the sky again. I stopped and turned, eyes lifting. For the barest fraction of a second, the flash found the window. What I saw in that slice of blown-out light was absence made visible. The space where the bell had once hung was empty, yes. No metal loomed there, no rope, no swinging mass. But in the air itself, hanging in the hollow like a bruise, was a shape. Circular, darker than the darkness around it. Not an object, not solid, but a kind of shadow left behind by something that had been there for so long, the air had never learned how to be whole without it. Like the afterimage you get on your vision when you stare at something bright and then close your eyes. Only this stain was in the tower itself, not in mine. The lightning died. The window returned to its usual black square. I stood in the aisle, heart pounding, tongue throbbing in my mouth, the taste of iron thick on my palate. The thunder that followed was slower this time, a long, rolling growl that seemed to start beneath the building and work its way up, rattling the fixtures. Somewhere in the bones of the church, a beam creaked. Then, from the direction of that small window, from the tower's hollow, a voice spoke. It did not come from behind my ribs. It did not shimmer inside my skull. It came from above, from that patch of negative space, from the absence that had learned how to speak. "You will do," it said. Just 3 words. Calm, satisfied. No echo followed. The room did not repeat it. The sound went out and then was gone, as if the space that had produced it had no interest in humor or emphasis. I stood there until the next lightning flash, half expecting to see that circular shadow closer, pushed down against the glass. It remained where it was, invisible except when the storm illuminated it. Eventually, I made myself move, out through the side door, across the lot, head down against the wind, back into the parsonage that shivered at every gust. I locked the door behind me and pressed my forehead against the cool wood. "Just a storm," I whispered, voice hoarse, tongue aching. "Just a storm. Just an old building, just my own thoughts." The lie sounded thinner than usual. Above the roof, the wind wrapped itself around the empty tower and laughed in a low, bell-shaped voice I pretended I could not hear. 5.1. The sanctuary fills under a black sky Sunday morning came on like a bruise. The sky when I woke was not gray, but a dense, uniform black, the kind that makes you feel as if someone has dropped the lid of a box over the world. The air pressed against the windows in heavy, moist breaths. Wind wound through the trees along Main Street, dragging loose branches and scraps of trash with it, making the storefront flags stand straight out like arms held in protest. From the parsonage porch, I could see the church, its boarded face staring back through the rain that had already begun in thin, slanting lines. The steeple, burned and empty, cut a darker shape against the low cloud ceiling. Lightning flickered somewhere far off, a pale smear behind the clouds, followed seconds later by a grumble of thunder that sounded tired rather than explosive, like the sky clearing its throat. I had put my robe on in the mirror with hands that did not feel like my own. The black fabric hung heavier than usual, dampness from the air creeping into it before I even left the house. The collar at my throat felt tighter. I told myself it was just the humidity. At 9:30, I unlocked the side door. By 9:40, they were coming. Cars and trucks pulled into the gravel lot, tires hissing in the wetted stones. Doors slammed, swallowed quickly by the wind. Umbrellas bloomed and were immediately turned inside out, or people hunched their shoulders and made the dash from vehicle to fellowship hall, awning with coats held over their heads. They kept coming. People who had not been in a church in 3 years. People who had sworn aloud that they would never set foot in that building again. People I had only seen in the grocery store, in the diner, at the post office. They arrived in raincoats and work jackets, in Sunday dresses taken out from the back of closets, in jeans and flannel. Children were tugged along by sleeves, shoes squeaking on wet floorboards. Fear will fill a room just as surely as hope, I thought, maybe more efficiently. Inside the sanctuary, the air changed with each new arrival. The old smells, wood, wax, ash, were joined by damp wool, wet hair, cheap cologne, the faint, sharp scent of nail polish, and the citrus of freshly washed hands. Voices, low and uncertain, collected under the ceiling, bouncing off the rafters. No one spoke loudly. No one laughed. At the double doors, a makeshift usher line formed without being asked. Ron stood to one side, nodding with his usual stiffness, directing people toward the pews that still felt safest. Marlene handed out bulletins with a grip that crinkled the paper. I took my place in the aisle, collar visible, robe flowing, the supposed shepherd, and did the thing pastors do on autopilot. I shook hands. The soundscape of it etched itself into my nerves. Wet shoes on old wood, every step leaving a darker print that faded as the boards drank it in. Coats whispering as they were shrugged off, plastic rain slickers making a soft, stuttering crackle. Children's voices bubbling up in little outbursts, Giggles, questions, complaints, immediately shushed by parents whose eyes flicked toward the ceiling after each hissed, "Hush." Outside, the wind found new games. It shoved at the front doors so that they thumped in their frames. It curled around the steeple and hissed through the boarded slats over the high windows. Each time a stronger gust hit the wall above the sanctuary, a dull, dragging sound followed, like someone testing a rope that no longer had anything to pull. It sounded disturbingly like someone giving a bell rope a tentative tug. "Good morning," I said, again and again, the phrase thinning with repetition. "I'm glad you're here." Some hands were cold and slick, rain still clinging to skin. They trembled in mine, the tremor traveling up my arm. Others were dry and too tight, fingers clamping around my palm with desperate pressure, as if I were a life ring in water already past their chins. Behind the practiced words, "Welcome, so good to see you, come right in," another voice supplied commentary. "Drunk," it murmured, when a man in a faded denim jacket shuffled past, eyes red-rimmed, the sour tang of old liquor seeping out from his pores. He sleeps in his truck behind the hardware store twice a week, promises his wife he is doing better. Thief, when a young woman I knew from the grocery store came in, eyes down, sleeves pulled over chewed nails. Took cash from the register 3 months ago and told herself it was just a loan. Never put it back. Parasite, as the younger man in the hoodie from the meeting slouched in with 2 other guys I did not recognize. All of them with that restless, wired look of people who spend more time awake at 2 a.m. than 2 p.m. Lives on disability he could probably work through, the voice suggested. Spends most of it on things his mother does not know about. She lets him do it, the whisper added, as a woman with a bruise fading yellow at the edge of her jaw walked in, 3 kids clinging to her sleeves. He knew about Evelyn and said nothing. It noted when a deacon I had seen at the emergency meeting avoided my eye, his tie just slightly askew. Heard her talk about headaches for months. Told her it was just stress. Hale's tone, or something very like it, threaded through those assessments. Dry, factual, as if reading marginal notes in a ledger. I tried to shake the voice out of my head like rain from my hair. "This is you," I told myself. "This is not a ghost. This is every half-confession, every gossip half-whispered over coffee, every pray for so-and-so that was really just an excuse to share dirt. You have been listening. You have been letting it soak in. These are your own judgments, dressed in someone else's cadence. Even knowing that did not stop them. I kept my smile in place, the pastoral one I had practiced in mirrors and in front of congregations in safer towns. It felt brittle at the edges. "You all right, Reverend?" Marlene murmured once as she passed me with another handful of bulletins. "Fine," I lied. The pews filled. People who had avoided each other for years found themselves shoulder to shoulder, the narrow wooden benches leaving no room for grudges. A man who had sued his neighbor over a boundary line sat one person away from him, the gap filled by the neighbor's teenage daughter. A woman who had called another a whore behind her back now sat close enough to smell her perfume. They did not look at each other. They stared straight ahead, at the pulpit, at the empty space above it, at the hymnals like they contained some secret answer in their cracked spines. The hum of voices rose and fell, never gaining the easy pre-service buzz I remembered from other churches. It was more like the low rumble in a doctor's waiting room when the receptionist has just called someone back for test results. Above it all, the storm worked. Rain rattled against the stained glass with increasing intensity. The wind moaned along the seams where the tower met the roof, a long, uneven whine that made the ceiling feel thinner. Every so often, a particularly strong gust made the whole structure give a little shiver, a subtle flex of old wood. From my spot near the front, I could hear the clock. It hung on the side wall, simple and round, its white face and black hands stark against the faded paint. It had ticked for as long as this building had been a church, then ticked through the years it had been a boarded monument. Now it ticked its way up to the hour on which people had died here. Tick. The minute hand climbed. Tick. Another dark shape squeezed into a pew. Tick. My heart tried to match its pace and failed, alternating between too fast and too slow. At 9:58, the sanctuary was as full as it had ever been in any of the photographs in the files. People stood in the back, leaning against the wall. A few sat on the steps up to the chancel. Children perched on laps. The air was warm with breath, damp with rain. I could feel the collective tension, like a physical weight pressing against my chest. Someone coughed. A baby whimpered and was jiggled back to silence. A cell phone buzzed uselessly against a pocket, no one daring to check it. I took my place at the back of the center aisle and began the slow walk forward. The sound of my shoes against the floorboards was swallowed by the larger sound of the storm and the smaller sounds of people adjusting themselves. Still, I heard it. Each step a small, hollow thud, the boards answering with a creak that seemed to recognize where I was headed. I clasped my hands loosely in front of me rather than let them hang. It felt like the only way to stop them from shaking. The black of my robe swung around my legs, the fabric brushing against the ends of the pews as I passed. A child I did not know reached out and touched the sleeve with tentative fingers, then withdrew as his mother pulled his hand back. As I moved down the aisle, heads turned. Some eyes met mine for a fraction of a second and dropped. Others held the gaze, full of things they would never say out loud. Accusation, expectation, calculation, desperation. A flicker of outright hostility here and there, banked like coals. I could feel Hale moving with me, not as a presence beside me, but as a pattern my body was now uncomfortably aware of. How many times had he walked this same path, under different weather, under different assumptions? How many times had people looked up at him with the same mix of fear and faith? "You know who they are," his remembered voice murmured. "You know what they have done, what they have failed to do. You know which ones you secretly wish would disappear so you could breathe easier. You know the burden." I bit the inside of my cheek, a muted echo of the self-inflicted pain from the night before, and tasted the faint tang of stale blood. It grounded me just enough to keep walking. At the front, I turned and climbed the 2 steps to the pulpit. The sanctuary took a breath. It was not silence. There were still little noises, the shifting of weight, the soft click of someone's tongue against their teeth, the whisper of clothing. But something settled, a collective exhale, a waiting. The clock's hands slid into place. 10 o'clock. I heard the mechanism inside it move, a small, precise click. In an ordinary church, that would have been all, just the little jump of the second hand, the quiet mark of the hour. Here, the air responded. From somewhere high above us, in the hollow where the bell had once hung, a sound descended. It was not loud. It was not the full, throbbing toll that had dropped people to the floor years ago. It was a thin thing, a ghost of a sound, as if the outline of the bell had remembered its old duties and was trying to fulfill them with nothing more than absence to strike. A single, delicate chime. Not the deep bong of iron, but a higher, fragile note, like the echo of something heavy heard through a long tunnel. It did not crash through the room, It threaded itself into it, a shimmering line that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It hung there for a moment, impossibly clear over the storm, over the breathing, over the nervous rustle of clothes. Then it faded, leaving a sensation behind more than a sound, an impression of having been wrung. I did not imagine it. I know, because I was not the only one whose body reacted. In perfect unison, as if a conductor had raised a baton none of us could see, every head in the sanctuary tilted back. Not all the way, not dramatically. Just enough that eyes lifted off me and the pulpit and found the blank space above it. The boarded windows, the burned steeple, the invisible opening in the ceiling where an absence hung like a memory. For a heartbeat, no one breathed. We all stared at the place where there was nothing to look at, listening to a sound that was no longer there and had, in some way, never left. Then the wind howled along the outside of the tower, pressing against the boards, and the spell broke. Someone coughed. Someone muttered a curse under their breath. A child started to cry and was hushed. I swallowed, my mouth dry, my heart knocking against my ribs with renewed force. "Good morning," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "Let us worship." Somewhere in the walls, something that was not wood or wind shifted its weight, interested. 5.2. The prayer that wasn't mine. I did what I had always done, hands resting lightly on the sides of the pulpit, head bowed just enough, eyes half closed. The congregation rose with the scraping of wood on wood, a low rustle of clothing and breath. The storm pressed its weight against the stained glass, but for a moment, the sanctuary was mostly quiet. "Let us pray," I said. My voice sounded like my own again at first, thin around the edges, yes, and carrying that tremor that always comes with the first words spoken into a filled room, but mine. The way it settled into the rafters was familiar. I had prayed thousands of prayers like this, in smaller rooms and safer towns. The rhythm of address, confession, request, and gratitude lived in my bones. "Lord," I began, "you see this town. You see our fear, our history, our hurt. We come to you not because we are strong, but because we are small." A murmur in the pews, bodies adjusting, heads bowing. The words flowed. They were not eloquent, but they were honest enough. Outside, rain drummed its fingers on the roof in a steady, impatient tattoo. The sound filled the spaces between my sentences. "Have mercy on us," I said. The rain shifted. It did not stop, but its attack softened just a little. The furious drumming eased into a less aggressive patter, as if someone had turned an invisible dial down a notch. I felt it more than heard it. Some subtle change in the air pressure, in the way the building absorbed the impact. Coincidence, I told myself. The storm is doing what storms do. "Have mercy on the ones who cannot bring themselves to come into this building," I continued. "On those who are too angry, too afraid, too tired to stand here with us." The downpour tapped more gently for another few seconds, as if listening. "And Lord, we ask for justice," I said. "For those who were harmed, for those whose lives were cut short, for those who died in fear in a place that should have been safe." Thunder answered. Not a sharp crack, but a long roll, starting far away and moving toward us in a slow, heavy wave. It came in through the roof and the walls, a low growl that wrapped itself around the word justice and made it feel suddenly heavier in my mouth. Several people in the pews flinched. I heard the small, involuntary intake of breath that happens when the world outside sinks too neatly with the words inside. "Lord, you see our frailty," I went on, trying to push through it. "You know how weak we are. I heard myself say hour. I felt the word form on my tongue. The echo that came back did not agree. Lord, you see their frailty, the sanctuary whispered. You know how weak they are. The pronouns slid sideways in the returning sound, a tiny shift that changed the flavor of the sentence entirely. The warmth in the phrase cooled. Compassion, as it left my mouth, came back as diagnosis. I faltered. My hands tightened against the wood of the pulpit. I swallowed hard, throat suddenly dry. We are all in need of grace, I said deliberately, leaning on the wia, kicking at the door of solidarity as hard as I could. The response that floated back from the rafters was colder than the rain. They are all in need of culling. The word hit me square in the chest. It did not boom. It did not need to. It arrived in that weird, doubled way I was starting to recognize. Part echo, part interference, a second voice sliding inside my own. It did something to the air. A woman in the front pew, small, hunched, hands knotted around a damp handkerchief, let out a soft sound, almost a whimper. It is happening again, she breathed, not to me, not even to the room, but to herself, as if narrating a nightmare she already knew the ending of. Around her, hands found hands. I watched it ripple outward in little movements, fingers groping blindly for another palm and clutching it hard. A child's hand clamped in a parent's, elbows pressing closer. People who had come in determined to stand apart, now reaching, instinctively, for connection. Above us, the storm drew in a breath. For a heartbeat, the rain slowed to almost nothing. The sudden quiet wrapped itself around the room, amplifying every small noise. The creak of a board, the wet sniffle of a nose, the faint squeak of the clock's mechanism. Then the first bell struck. There was no bell, I told myself even as I heard it. No metal, no rope, no clapper. The tower was empty. The hardware had been pulled down and shattered. I had seen the photographs. I had touched the files. I knew this. The sound did not care what I knew. It came down like a physical blow. A single, deep bong that seemed to start not in the air, but in the structure itself. The walls vibrated with it. The floor under my feet thrummed. The sound rose up from the beams and the joists, from the old nails and the plaster, as if the memory of the bell had soaked so thoroughly into the bones of the building that it could be rung without the original instrument. The note was thick and long, heavy with overtones. It did not end quickly. It rolled through the sanctuary in a slow wave, setting every loose object trembling. Dust cascaded from the cracks in the ceiling in a fine gray drizzle, catching the dim light like a ghostly rain inside the rain. People flinched, ducked, grabbed the backs of pews. The bell's vibrations slid through my legs and into my chest, snagged on that tender place behind my sternum where the previous night's ringing had nested. For a second, the two resonances aligned, outer and inner, and it felt like something was pulling on a rope tied to the center of me. When the sound finally faded, it did not disappear so much as sink out of hearing, leaving an ache behind. For 3 heartbeats, there was nothing. No one moved. Then, somewhere in the middle of the sanctuary, a man gasped. It was a sharp, wet sound, not like the simple intake of surprise, but the involuntary catch of a body realizing something has gone very wrong. Every head that had been tilted toward the ceiling snapped down, eyes searching for the source. He sat in the 4th or 5th pew from the front aisle side. I recognized him belatedly as one of the farmers who always stood near the back at the diner. A man whose name I had been told once and then lost in the shuffle of too many introductions. His eyes were wide, the whites showing all the way around the irises, His hand clawed at his chest, fingers twisting the fabric of his shirt right over his heart. His face went from pink to a mottled grayish color in the time it took me to inhale. "Sir?" someone near him said. "You all right?" He tried to answer. No sound came out. He pitched forward. The pew did not have enough room for his full collapse. His knees struck the bench in front of him, sending it skidding forward a half-inch with a loud scrape. He slumped sideways into the aisle, shoulder catching the edge of the wood, then hit the floor. The sounds piled on top of each other in a jumble. The scrape of the pew, the smack of his body hitting the boards, the high, brittle tinkle of a small glass of water from the communion tray, tipping over and shattering on the floor beside him. Someone screamed, sharp and short. Another voice, deeper, cursed. A Bible slid off a lap and flapped open on the ground, pages fluttering. For a second, I did not move. Old training and new horror wrestled in me. The memory of Hale's words from the manuscripts, the image of Evelyn on her kitchen floor, the weight of the entire room's expectation bearing down on my shoulders. Then the part of me that had been drilled in practical care, compressions, airways, emergency numbers, took over. I stepped down from the pulpit so fast I stumbled on the second step. My robe twisted around my legs. I pushed my way into the aisle, people shrinking back just enough to let me through. By the time I reached him, someone else had already knelt at his side, 2 trembling fingers pressed to his neck. "I do not feel anything," she whispered, voice high with panic. "Move," I said, more sharply than I intended. She did, scooting back on her knees, her eyes huge. The man lay on his back now, the angle of his head awkward, mouth slightly open. His chest did not rise. Up close, his skin had taken on that waxy undertone I had seen on Evelyn not 2 days before. "Sir," I said, absurdly, as if he were simply ignoring me. "Hey, stay with us." I pressed my fingers into the spot just under his jaw, searching for the flutter of a pulse. It should have been there. It was not. Nothing. My own heart hammered so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. But beneath that, there was no answering beat. Just the soft give of skin. "Call 911, I said over my shoulder. "Now." Somewhere in the back, a phone slid out of a pocket with shaking hands, the sound of buttons being fumbled, the distant, tinny ring as the call went out. "Reverend," someone whispered behind me. Just like before." Their words layered themselves over the medical reports in my memory, over the neat black print of cardiac arrest, aneurysm, hemorrhagic stroke, over the handwritten note about 10:17 a.m. I tilted the man's head back, opened his airway, pinched his nose, forced air into his lungs. His chest rose under my breath, then fell again. I put the heel of my hand on his sternum and began compressions. 1, 2, 3, 4. The board beneath him creaked with each push. His ribs gave resistances they should have given. My own arms burned. The room had gone weirdly quiet again except for my counting, the rain, and somewhere, very far away, a rolling answer of thunder. "God, please," someone sobbed. "God, please, not again." I did not have the luxury of addressing that plea. I kept pressing, kept breathing, kept counting. Somewhere between compressions, my eyes flicked up, drawn by an instinct I could not name. The clock. It hung on the wall in its usual place, unremarkable in any other context. White face, black numbers, thin hands. When I had stepped into the pulpit to start the service, it had read exactly 10 o'clock. I had checked. The hour mattered here in a way hours do not typically matter on Sundays. Now, as my hands drove down on the man's chest, the minute hand pointed slightly past the 3. 3 minutes. 10:03, I thought, counting silently. It has only been 3 minutes. It feels longer, but it is only... The minute hand twitched. It was not the smooth, continuous glide of a modern clock, nor the steady, predictable jump of an old one. It skipped. In the space of a breath, it jerked ahead, leaping past 4, 5, and 6. The slender line cleared the quarter-hour mark in one unnatural motion and came to rest, pointing directly at the small line just after the 3. At the 17th. My stomach dropped. My hands faltered for half a beat. Then training screamed in my ears, and I forced them back into rhythm. It is a glitch, I told myself, even as cold sweat broke across my back. Old clock, electrical surge, moisture. It is anything but what it looks like. The second hand swept on, unbothered, ticking out little defiant marks of normality as if nothing had happened. 10:17, the clock face declared, bland and unapologetic. In my mind, 3 typed lines from a photocopied report snapped into place beside it like cards in a rigged trick. Time of death, 10:17 a.m. Time of death, 10:17 a.m. Time of death, 10:17 a.m. Come on, I whispered through clenched teeth, to the man under my hands, to the clock, to the hollow above us, to God. Not him, not here, not like this. The building around us held its breath, waiting to see whether I would call it accident or see it for what it was trying, very hard, to become again. 5.3, counting the dead by the rings. Panic does not arrive all at once. It starts as a ripple, a few voices higher than they should be, a few bodies moving in ways they are not supposed to move during prayer. Then it finds something to latch onto, a body on the floor, a clock hand in the wrong place, the memory of an old word, culling, and it blooms. "Everybody stay calm," I shouted, still on my knees over the fallen man. "It is a medical event, just a medical..." My voice broke on the last word, but it made it out. It ran up into the rafters and came back down. "Stay," the echo whispered. "The sorting is not done." The shift in the phrase was small, but it crawled under my skin. The panic, which had been hovering at the edges of the room, heard it too. Someone bolted for the front doors. The double doors at the back of the sanctuary, heavy wood, old brass handles, had been propped open when people came in. Now, in the chaos, they stood nearly shut. The man, Luke, I realized in some detached corner of my mind, hit them with his shoulder, shoved at the handles. They rattled, hard. The whole frame shivered in the wall. I could see the metal tongue of the latch jump in and out of its strike plate like a stuttering tongue. But the doors did not open. It was not the simple resistance of a stuck lock. It was the stubborn, unmoving refusal of something being held from the other side. "Push!" someone yelled, and 3 more people piled in, hands on shoulders, shoulder to wood. The doors boomed under the impacts, a deep, hollow sound that should have meant movement. They did not budge. Outside, the storm roared. Rain hurled itself at the stained glass and the boarded steeple like a mob. Wind screamed along the siding. The world beyond the walls sounded less like weather and more like a crowd pressing against a barricade. "It is the wind," I tried to call over the rising noise. "It is just the storm. Give it a moment." The lie tasted stale even as I said it. My voice felt like it was coming from the far end of a tunnel, not from my own throat. The echo repeated it with the slight, sinister edit I was coming to dread. "Stay," it breathed. Stay. Stay. Near the front pews, people were beginning to edge toward the side aisles, instinctively trying to put themselves closest to any exit that did not involve the main doors. A woman clutched a crying toddler so tightly, the child's face was half buried in her blouse. A teenage boy dragged his little brother behind him like luggage, eyes wide, scanning for a way out that was not there. Then the second bell rang. If the first had been a deep, architectural tremor, shaking the bones of the building, the second was sharper, higher but not thin, as if whatever invisible rope was being tugged had been pulled harder, tightening the arc. Bong. The note crashed through the sanctuary with ruthless clarity. The pews vibrated. The hymnals along their backs shivered. The air itself seemed to compress for a second, and then expand, like being too close to a speaker when a bass note hits. The sound reached into my chest again, this time finding the spot that had only just stopped humming from the night before. My ribs ached with it. My breath caught. A young woman in the second row, near the center aisle holding her baby, jerked. She had been standing, one hip cocked to support the child, eyes fixed on me with a look of raw, brittle terror. But at the bell's impact, her body folded in on itself as if an invisible fist had slammed into her sternum. Her arms slackened. The baby slipped. For a moment, impossibly, the child hung in the air between us, small arms flung out, mouth opening for a fresh cry. Then the woman's knees buckled. She went down hard, body twisting, one arm flopping uselessly to the side. The baby landed on the pew with a soft, sick little thump and rolled into the lap of the woman next to her, who let out a scream so high it almost vanished into the upper registers of the storm. The baby's cry cut through everything else. It was sharp and shrill and furious, the sound of a small creature suddenly without the anchor it did not yet know it needed. It rose and rose, a needle scraping across the glass of my nerves. The stained glass windows seemed to vibrate sympathetically, the colors blurring for a second, as if the panes themselves were flinching. 2, someone said. It was not a statement. It was a count. Voices picked it up, scattered, frantic. 2. 2, God, no, no. No more, a man near the back moaned, hands on his head, fingers digging into his scalp. No more, please, no more. I realized, with a kind of sick, detached clarity, what they were doing. They were counting the dead by the rings, each toll, one body. They were trying to wrap numbers around something that refused to be contained, as if quantifying it might tame it. The storm leaned harder on the roof. Rain slammed against the metal and shingles in a pounding so synchronized, it sounded like feet, like a crowd outside stomping in place, demanding entry. The wind slid around the steeple in long, scraping currents that somehow resolved themselves into a sound like slow, sarcastic applause. Clap, clap, clap. The bell's note, when it came this time, felt closer. Less like it was descending from the tower, and more like it was blooming inside the sanctuary itself. I stood up from the body I could not bring back and turned to face the congregation, because there was nothing else to do. The aisle, the pews, the faces, it all blurred for a second, then snapped into terrible, hyper-precise focus. I saw everything. The lines around mouths from too many forced smiles, the red eyes of those who had already cried themselves dry, the pale, pinched fury of the ones who had signed the motion to board this place up and now felt betrayed by their own presence, the children's wide, uncomprehending stares, the flicker of accusation, naked and unvarnished, in more than one set of adult eyes. "You brought this back!" A young man's voice ripped through the noise. It was the hoodie kid from the meeting, face flushed, chest heaving. He shoved past the people in his row until he stood in the aisle. Finger pointed at me with a shaking rage. "You opened it! You had to play pastor in the murder house! You did this!" A chorus of agreement, not words, just sound, rose behind him. Anger, grief, terror, all braided together. They did not push toward me. They did not have to. The weight of their gaze was enough. I opened my mouth to deny it, to say, "No, this was here before me. No, I did not hang this bell or invite it to ring. No, I came to break this pattern, not repeat it." The words stuck. Deep inside, under the terror and the responsibility and the training, another voice uncurled itself like something waking up. "At least now it is honest," it murmured. It sounded like hail. It used my breath. "At least now the rot shows on the surface. At least now you can see what you are actually standing in." The thought slid into the space where my own defenses should have been. It tasted like my own bitterness, my own exhaustion. The part of me that had nodded along when people complained about those who never change recognized itself in it. "You are tired of pretending everyone is the same," it went on. "Tired of saying we when you mean they. Tired of carrying." I hated it. I agreed with it. Before I could untangle those two truths, the third bell struck. Bong. The note was somewhere between the first two in pitch, but it felt closer than either. It did not seem to come from above at all this time. It erupted in the air at eye level, a pressure wave that made my ears pop, my vision stutter. For a moment, one long, unbearable moment, no one fell. The room froze. Every lung held onto its breath. People stared at each other, at me, at the floor, waiting to see who would be chosen, who would be subtracted, whose name would join the whispered list of just like before. "3," someone choked out, voice cracking. "3, no more, no more!" Nothing happened. A nervous, strangled laugh escaped a man near the back, the kind of sound that happens when terror does not know where to go. Maybe it is done," he said, grasping at the idea like at a life raft. "Maybe that is it. 3 rings. Two was enough. Maybe." His words broke off as everyone's gaze jerked toward the back of the room at the same time. Near the side door, by the last pew, a little girl stood on the low step that led down into the short hallway to the bathrooms. I had noticed her when she came in, only because she had insisted on wearing bright yellow rain boots and had stomped extra hard down the aisle, the squeak of rubber against wood absurdly cheerful. She was not old, not frail, not visibly sick. No one whispered about her in diners. She was not a drunk or a thief or a parasite. She was just a child, hair in 2 crooked braids, a dress with flowers, one hand clutching a stuffed rabbit by its ear. She swayed, just once. Then her knees buckled. Her head hit the edge of the wooden step, with a sound I will hear long after everything else from that day fades. A dry, precise crack, like someone snapping a thin branch over their knee. Her body slid sideways and crumpled, limbs folding into angles that did not look like sleep. The stuffed rabbit tumbled from her hand and rolled down the step, its stitched smile as bright and empty as ever. The scream that went up then was not like the others. Parents, siblings, strangers, it all blended into a single ragged tear of sound. The girl's mother threw herself forward, almost slipping, hands reaching, mouth wide and wordless. 3, someone sobbed. 3. My mind, traitorous and precise, supplied the correction. 3 rings, 3 bodies, 2 old, 1 young, not the weak, not the obviously failing. A pattern, but not the pattern anybody here had told themselves this thing followed. I stood rooted to the spot, as useless in that moment as the boarded windows, my thoughts racing with a clarity I did not want. This was not selecting the biologically frail, I realized. If anything, it was avoiding the easy targets. It had hit an older man, yes, but then a young mother in apparent good health, then a child. No history, no long list of visible defects to point to. The calculus was not physical, it was something else. The horror of that understanding washed over me in a cold wave. Whatever was ringing this absence was not weighing arteries or counting years. It was operating on a logic I did not recognize, but that felt intimately, horribly human. A moral math. A ledger only one man had ever claimed to understand. The bell does not just select, Hale had written. It obeys. It rang when I asked it to. I felt it then. A presence not outside, not in the tower, but behind my eyes. Not a full possession, no cinematic takeover, more like someone leaning over my shoulder as I scanned the room, peering through my gaze, evaluating, weighing, watching the way people's faces twisted in grief and terror, the way their hands clutched or refused to clutch, using me as its vantage point. Hale is looking, I thought, with a certainty that did not come from proof, only from the way my stomach clenched, the way my heart tried to pull back from my own ribs. He is using the way I see them. He is using my knowledge, my weariness, my unspoken resentments. He is reaching through my eyes, through my bones, to help something decide who stands and who falls. The next ring had not yet come, but its shape was already forming in the air, in the space between my judgment and his. And for the first time since I arrived in Culling Ridge, I understood that if I did not find a way to sever that connection, I would not just be the man who happened to be here when the bell came back. I would be part of the instrument. 1. Ron's confession in the aisle. The sanctuary has stopped being a room and become a pressure cooker. Sound is everywhere, layered and frantic. People screaming names over and over as if repetition could yank someone back. Someone near the front praying in tongues, syllables tumbling out in a frantic, high-speed babble that sounds less like heaven's language and more like a mind trying to outrun itself. Children crying, not the curious wails of minor discomfort, but the full-bodied, animal screams of kids who have realized the adults are just as scared as they are. The smells hit next. Sweat, sharp and acrid, pouring out of bodies packed too close together in a room that suddenly feels too small. The sour ammonia of urine where someone has lost control. It cuts through everything else. A humiliating marker of how far past normal church anxiety we have traveled. Damp wool, wet hair, the faint iron tang of blood from skinned knees and bitten lips. Another bell could ring at any second. That knowledge sits in the center of the room like a live wire. Nobody says it out loud, but the tension lines in people's bodies give it away. Shoulders hunched, as if bracing for a physical blow. Eyes darting from the ceiling to the floor to each other, looking for signs of weakness, of selection, of who might be next. "Reverend!" The voice cuts through the chaos like a hand grabbing the back of my collar. Ron is suddenly in front of me, closer than he has any right to be, his fingers digging into the sleeve of my robe. He must have pushed his way through the crowd. His cap is askew, hair plastered to his forehead with sweat, face the color of dirty paper. The smell of old coffee and rain clings to him. "We need to talk," he says. "We need ambulances," I snap, half turning toward the bodies on the floor, the mother on her knees over the little girl, The old man slumped in the aisle. They are already on their way, he cuts in, jaw clenched. And they won't get through this mess in time to matter if we do not stop. He lowers his voice, leans in until his breath hits my cheek. Whatever this is. Another gust of wind slams into the steeple. The boards over the high windows rattle. The sound runs down the walls like a hand dragged over a rib cage. Ron's grip on my sleeve tightens. His eyes are wild, but underneath the panic there is something else. Decision. A hard line of it. The bell in the steeple is not the one that matters, he says, words coming out in a harsh whisper. The real one's in my storeroom. It takes a second for the sentence to make sense. My brain, already overloaded, tries to file it somewhere sensible and fails. What are you talking about? I demand. We all saw the pictures. We took it down, he says, fast now, as if afraid the story itself might kill us if he does not get it out in one breath. When it fell and crushed Hale, when it cracked the stone, you have seen the photos. What they do not show, what we don't write down, is what happened after. Behind him, someone shrieks. Somewhere else, a man's voice goes hoarse, shouting, "Call 911," into a phone that keeps dropping the signal. The storm roars against the roof, louder, like it has moved directly on top of us. Each time Ron's mouth shapes the word bell, thunder jumps on the roof in answer, closer, sharper, like a dog perking up at the sound of its name. We got a crew together, he says, right after. Men from the board, couple of younger guys with more back than sense. We wrapped chains around it, hooked it to a truck, hauled it out of there. I picture it. The massive bell, dark and dented, dragged out of the broken tower like a dead animal, leaving scratches and gouges in the wood. The rope that used to swing it, lying limp, severed. We thought we would break it up, Ron continues. His eyes are fixed on mine, bloodshot and unwavering. Make sure it could not hang anywhere else. Sledgehammers, torches, you name it. We brought everything we had. Set it up behind the church first, right where the gravel meets the grass. He swallows. We could not touch it. My throat constricts. Could not. The hammers bounced, he says, voice flat with remembered disbelief. Full swing hits, enough force to crack a cinder block. Just ping. His hand makes a vague gesture, as if bouncing off an invisible sphere. The men holding the handles got their wrists near broken. Torches would not light when we brought them close. Lighter fluid would not catch on the metal. We tried everything short of dynamite, and nothing would bite. As if in emphasis, there is a faint, queer sound under our feet, like a fork lightly grazing the rim of a metal bowl, only much deeper, muffled by wood. It vibrates through the soles of my shoes, up into my calves. The sound is not coming from above us. It is coming from below. They said it was cursed. Ron goes on. Said maybe the devil himself crawled into the casting. I don't know about that. I just know every tool we put on it either broke or slipped or just would not work, like it was pushing back. A bell is just an object, I say automatically, clinging to doctrine like a railing on a tilting boat. It is not, "Save your sermons," he snaps, and the desperate anger in his voice slices clean through whatever pastoral tone I have left. I have heard enough of those. We could not break the damn thing, and we were scared out of our minds. We had Hale dead at our feet, and this hunk of metal we were suddenly sure we could not let sit there for every fool to touch or dare each other to ring. So you, what? Hit it? My voice sounds thin, even to me. I run the store, he says. I have the space. I have the locks. His hand scrubs over his face. as if trying to wipe away years. We loaded it onto the trailer, took it down the back road so no one would see, rolled it into my back storeroom, the one we used to keep the old freezers in, shut the door, padlocked it, told ourselves, out of sight, out of mind. Each time he says bell, the thunder crowds closer. The overhead lights flicker for a heartbeat, then steady again. Somewhere near the front pews, a baby wails, high and thin. You have had it in your shop this whole time, I say slowly. The bell that killed your pastor, the bell that rang when people died. Where was I supposed to take it? He snaps. Leave it in the field? Drop it in the river and hope it does not ring from the bottom? At least in my storeroom I knew where it was. At least I could put something solid between it and the rest of us. His voice cracks on the last word. The anger dissolves, leaving raw fear. If it is calling without its body now, he says, quieter, leaning in so close I can smell the stale coffee on his breath. Maybe putting the body back where it belongs will shut it up. The words hang between us, absurd and commanding at the same time. Storm theology, Hale murmurs in the back of my mind, amused. He thinks plugging the gun back into my hand will make it safe. It is not about where the metal sits, I say hoarsely. This is not some fairy tale where you put the cursed object back on its pedestal and everything turns right side up. If anything, it will give it something solid to ring. Ron finishes bleakly. I thought that too. I have thought every thought you are thinking. I have lived with that thing humming through my back wall every time the weather goes bad. Another faint vibration runs through the floor, a low subsonic shiver, like a big truck passing very far away. But there is no road under us, just concrete, just earth, just whatever is down there with the memory of being hung high. We both glance down involuntarily. Around us, the congregation is coming apart. Some are still trying the doors, pounding and shoving and cursing. Others have collapsed into the pews, clutching at each other, whispering frantic prayers that jump from one denomination's language to another. A woman near the front is rocking back and forth, chanting, "Please no more, please no more," as if repetition might jam the unseen mechanism. A thin, papery hand closes on the hem of my robe. I look down. It is the old woman from the fellowship hall, the one who said we killed him. She is on her knees now, not in piety, but because her legs have given out. Her face is tilted up toward mine, eyes shining with tears that have not yet fallen. "Do not bring it here," she says. The words are not a plea, they are a command dressed in desperation. "Please," she adds a second later, voice breaking. "Please, we bled to get it out. And do not drag it back into this room." "We are not," I start, but the sentence has no conviction. Because the idea Ron has just laid at my feet is already unspooling in the air around us. Maybe if we put it back, this will stop. Maybe if we give it what it wants, it will be satisfied. Maybe if we cooperate, the storm will let us go. Hope, when it is desperate enough, will drink from any cup. In the back rows, I hear someone repeat Ron's phrase, warped by distance and retelling. "The bell ain't up there," a man says hoarsely. "It's at Ron's. The real bell." Another voice answers, "Then go get it. Maybe that's what it wants." Somewhere else, urgently. "If it's ringing without the metal, maybe it will shut up if it has the metal back." The idea spreads like a contagion, moving from mouth to mouth, picking up speed. In one corner, it sounds like reckless faith. In another, like madness. In all of them, it sounds like the only actionable plan in a room where gods and ghosts have taken most of the choices away. The old woman clutches harder at my robe, knuckles whitening. "We paid for taking it down," she whispers. "Do you understand? Every time it rang, we told ourselves we agreed with it. We only turned against it when it turned on us. We never confessed that part. We just ripped it out and hid it like that erased the reason we hung it in the first place." Her breath hitches. "Do not crown it again. Do not." Her words slam into the place in me that still remembers her confession about loving the sound when it killed the people they were tired of. Over her bowed head, I see the faces of the living. Wet, white, furious, pleading. In their eyes is a question they cannot articulate, but I can feel as clearly as the vibration under my feet. What will you give it if it means it will not take us? The bell below us hums once, a soft, eager note, as if the metal itself has caught wind of the conversation and is waiting, patiently, for its chance to be dragged back into the rain. 6.2. The bell in the back room. We did something stupid, and we did it fast. 1 minute I was kneeling in the aisle with dust in my throat and dead weight under my hands. The next, I was out in the storm, with the sanctuary's screams muffled behind me and the wind trying to peel the skin off my face. The side door, the one by the little hallway to the bathrooms, had refused to open for 3 different people. When Ron shoved at it with his whole body, cursing under his breath, it gave way with a sudden, reluctant jerk, like something on the other side had finally lost interest. He grabbed my sleeve and hauled me through the gap before it could change its mind. "Luke!" someone yelled behind us. "Luke, where are you going?" The young man in the hoodie shouldered past the voices, grabbing Jenna's wrist with one hand and reaching back for his daughter's with the other. "Not staying in there," he shouted over his shoulder without looking back. "If it is going to kill us, I'd rather meet it standing up." Hope and Lily stumbled out after them, faces white, hair plastered to their cheeks by fear and sweat. Hope, the older one, clutched a faded backpack against her chest, like she had thought she was coming to Sunday school and ended up in a war. Lily's eyes were already red from crying, but when she saw the tight grip her father had on their mother's hand, she mutely offered her own small fingers to him. He curled them into his. The door slammed behind us with a sound like the back of a coffin closing. Outside, the storm did not feel metaphorical at all. Rain came in sideways sheets, driven by wind that barreled down the street with enough force to push us a half step backwards every time we tried to move forward. Each raindrop hit with the sting of thrown gravel. Within seconds, my hair was plastered to my scalp, my robe clinging to my legs like a cold, wet shroud. Signs swung on their brackets over the closed shops, grocer, hardware, diner, slamming against their poles with whip-crack smacks that ricocheted off the brick facades. A loose length of tin gutter banged against the side of the barber shop, over and over like a frantic hand. "Keep low!" Ron yelled, though all of us were already hunched, shoulders up around our ears, heads down against the rain. "Stick to the buildings!" We half ran, half fought our way down Main. Water streamed in little rivers along the gutter, swirling around our ankles. A newspaper, plastered to the pavement, dissolved under my foot with a sick, pulpy squelch. The sky above was one continuous bruised sheet, occasionally split by flickers of white that lit the storefronts in a brief, flat glare before plunging them back into moving shadow. Somewhere above us, near the drooping lines of the power cables, a bell rang. It was close, so close it made the fillings in my teeth tingle. But when I snapped my head up, there was nothing there but the sagging black wires shuddering in the wind. The sound itself did not even have the decency to linger. It came and went in one clean strike, leaving the ghost of its vibration buzzing in my jaw. "Keep moving," Luke shouted, tightening his grip on Jenna and the girls as if he could physically drag them through the intensity. The grocery store's sign swung into view ahead. Barrett's Market, the paint on the letters half peeled, the cartoon apple on the window warped by the water streaming down the glass. Ron slapped his palm against the door, fumbled with his keys, and shoved it open. A gust of wind tried to follow us in, flinging a spray of water across the linoleum before the door banged shut behind us. The sudden dimness felt like stepping into the back of a throat. The emergency lights were on, their weak red glow barely enough to outline the aisles. Refrigerators hummed erratically. Somewhere in the back, a compressor kicked on and off in an uneven rhythm, struggling to keep up with the electric flickers overhead. "Back here," Ron said, not bothering with the front lights or explanations. He led us past the silent checkout lanes, down an aisle that still smelled faintly of cereal and stale sugar, and through a door marked "Employees Only" into the stockroom. It was darker here. The air changed as soon as the door shut behind us. Cooler, thicker, filled with the layered scents of things that do not see the sun. Cardboard, old oil, mouse droppings. The faint, sharp tang of bleach from a spill long cleaned but never fully forgotten. Dust floated in slow spirals, visible only when the single overhead fluorescent tube flickered and managed to stay on for more than a second. "Hang on," Ron muttered, reaching for the pull cord. The bulb stuttered. Once, twice, 3 times, each flash freezing the room in a different posture. On the 4th attempt, it caught, buzzing itself into a sickly, steady light. The space resolved around us, stacks of pallets, shelves with extra stock, crates of canned goods, boxes of paper towels, a leaning tower of cleaning products. In the center of the room, like the punchline to a particularly bad joke, sat a mound covered by a heavy green tarp, set up on a wooden pallet of its own. My skin went cold even before Ron moved toward it. "It is bigger than I remember," Jenna whispered, her voice thin in the echoing space. "That is because you were a kid," Ron said, almost absently. There was a reverent kind of dread in his movements now. He could have been approaching a sleeping animal. Things look smaller as you get older, except this." He hooked his fingers under the edge of the tarp and looked at me. "You sure you want to see it?" he asked. "No," I said truthfully. He pulled anyway. The tarp slid back with the sound of stiff fabric dragged across rough metal, and the bell took up the center of the room. It was not polished bronze like in old paintings. Whatever shine it had once had was gone. The metal was blackened, dull, as if it had spent a long time in smoke. Soot clung in streaks around the mouth. Corrosion had left pale, crusted trails in places, though not where you would expect. A long crack ran up from the lip toward the crown, jagged and deep, like a vein or a scar forced into something that refused to break completely. Along the edge of the mouth, rust had formed odd, dark red patches, clustering around one side in a pattern that looked disturbingly organic. Old blood does that, a clinical part of my mind supplied, uninvited. It oxidizes. It becomes part of the metal. The V-shaped notch where the rope had once passed through the top still bore the ghost of wear, the groove polished to a dull smoothness by years of hands and fibers. The clapper was hidden inside. Only a sliver of it could be seen from where I stood, a darker shadow within the darkness. It was not moving, and yet it was. If I stared directly at the lip, I saw only stillness. But when I let my gaze unfocus slightly, the slightest tremble betrayed itself. a microscopic, constant vibration, as if the bell were humming under its breath. The pallets beneath it thrummed in sympathy. The air around it felt thicker, like you could see the difference between it and the rest of the room. The sound it made was barely a sound at all, not like the booming strikes in the sanctuary. Here, up close, it spoke in subsonics, a low, bone-deep thrum that seemed to come from below our feet, as much as from the metal itself. It buzzed inside the sinuses, pressed against the backs of the eyes, suggested a far larger object than the one we were actually looking at. Hope whimpered and clapped her hands over her ears. "I do not like it," she whispered. Lily edged closer to her mother's leg, half hiding behind it, eyes glued to the dark mouth of the bell as if expecting something to crawl out. "Do not look at it," Jenna said, voice trembling. "Just do not look." I stepped forward. "Michael," Ron said sharply. "It is already here," I said, surprising myself with the steadiness in my own voice, whether I look at it or not. Up close, the bell's presence was overwhelming. The smell of the room, oil, damp cardboard, rodent musk, fell away as I approached. At a distance of a foot, I could no longer hear the hum of the refrigerators or the rattling breath of the storm battering the building. The fluorescence buzz receded. Even my companion's breathing faded into a muffled background. The bell took up the foreground. Its dull surface drank in the thin light, the crack like a black river splitting some alien landscape. The dried blood along the lip looked almost fresh now, the color deepening in my perception until it matched the underside of my eyelids when I pressed them closed too hard. I lifted my hand. The air between my palm and the metal felt cold. Not the ordinary cold of metal in a cool room, but an absence of heat, an emptiness that pushed back. Every rational part of me screamed not to close the gap. I touched it anyway. The world blinked. For a heartbeat, everything else went away. Not figuratively, literally. The rain, the wind, the fluorescent hum, the stutter of the compressor, the soft whimpering of children. Every exterior sound pulled backward as if someone had grabbed the master volume and yanked it down. The light in the room dimmed at the edges, collapsing toward the bell's surface. My own heartbeat, which I had been aware of as a frantic thud, slowed and deepened. In its place, rising up from the point of contact, came a single, massive heartbeat. Not fast, not panicked, slow, deliberate, heavy, thump. The bell's chest, if it had one, expanded under my hand, not physically, but in sensation. The metal felt less like metal now, and more like something alive in a way we do not have language for. The vibration rolled up my arm, into my shoulder, settled behind my sternum, and took up residence there, syncing my pulse to its own without bothering to ask permission. Thump. The room existed only in peripherals now, a faint vignette around the central presence of the bell. I was standing on the edge of some vast, unseen space. The bell, not an object in front of me, but the tip of an enormous structure buried deep below, like the visible part of an iceberg. "There you are." The voice was not in the room. It was not in my ears at all. It bloomed inside my skull, rich and satisfied, wearing the same cadence I had heard in my dreams, in the echo of my own twisted prayers, in the third repetition of my words in the sanctuary. "There you are," Hale said. "My pulpit." The word pulpit landed with a sick, precise weight. He had called the tower that once. I had read it in his journals. Now, somehow, he was calling me the same thing. Michael. My name slid through the syllables with a grotesque familiarity, like a finger down the spine of a book. I jerked my hand back. The world rushed in all at once. Sound returned in a dizzying slam, the rain hammering the roof, the light buzzing overhead. Hope crying quietly, Lily's thin breath hitching. The storm's roar, muted before, crashed back to full volume. I staggered, catching myself on a stack of cardboard boxes, and sucked in a breath like I had been underwater. "Reverend," Jenna said, voice tight. "Are you okay?" "No," I said. It came out as a croak. "No, I am not." But I was upright. That counted for something. Luke stepped closer to the bell, jaw clenched so tight the muscles jumped. "So that is it," he said softly, looking at the scarred metal with a hatred so pure it barely registered as an emotion. "That is the thing that decided my father was unfit. That is the thing we said amen to while it did it." He turned to me, eyes hollowed out by something older than this morning. "We either let it finish the job it started," he said, voice low, "or we let it chew us to death in pieces." Hope made a soft sound behind him. Jenna put an arm around both girls, pulling them close, but she did not contradict him. "What does that mean?" I asked, though I already knew. "It means this." Luke pointed at the bell. "We drag this monster through the storm. We put it back where it came from. We give it what it wants, all at once, instead of letting it pick us off one by one. Maybe it kills us. Maybe it kills some of us. Maybe it stops, but at least we stop waiting for it to decide." "That is not theology," I said, throat dry. "That is a gamble with something that has already told us what it thinks of our lives. Everything we have done with God has been a gamble," he shot back. "At least this is a gamble where we are moving, not just standing in line." He looked to Ron. "Can we move it?" Ron's mouth tightened. "Took 4 men and a truck last time," he said. "But we can try. Pallet jack, rope, I have a dolly." Every sensible part of me wanted to say no, to tell them that dragging the bell back into the sanctuary was a reenactment of the worst possible liturgy, to say that we were literally recrowning the instrument that had abused this town, that we were mistaking appeasement for repentance. My tongue moved without my consent. Then I heard myself say, "Let us carry it home." The word home tasted wrong in my mouth, sweet and metallic at the same time. Hale laughed, delighted just behind my teeth. 6, 3, carrying it back to where it wanted to be. We did not lift it so much as surrender to it. 4 adults, 2 parents, 1 store owner, 1 pastor, circling a black hulk of metal that had no business moving again. Up close, the bell did not just look heavy, it felt heavy, the way a memory feels heavy when it has settled into bone. "All right," Ron said, voice tight. "One side at a time. Get your hands under the lip. Watch your backs." We squatted, fingers finding the rough, cold edge of the mouth. My palms slid slightly on the damp metal. I could feel the dried crust of old rust or old blood grating against my skin. "On 3, Luke said. His jaw worked, a tendon jumping in his neck. 1, 2, 3. We heaved. Pain shot up my wrists into my forearms. The bell did not move at first. It sat on the pallet like part of the earth's crust, pretending roots it did not have. Then, grudgingly, it came. The pallet screeched across the concrete as we dragged, the wood complaining in long, splintering squeals. The dolly under one edge wobbled, its rubber wheels squeaking in protest. My shoulders burned. I could hear Jenna's breath hitching in short gasps, see Ron's face purpling with effort out of the corner of my eye. It was not just metal we were lifting, it was every Sunday it had rung, every life it had punctuated, Every time someone had stood under it and said out loud that this sound meant God. The storm outside hammered at the roof like an audience. Rain pounded the tin in thick, relentless sheets. The impact had a rhythm to it now, a messy, stomping beat that seemed to swell whenever we made progress. Like the sky was cheering the grotesque procession we were about to stage. "Hope, Lily," Jenna panted, not daring to let go of the bell to gesture. "Grab the flashlights by the door. Stay behind us. Do not get in front of this thing. You hear me?" Hope nodded, face pale and set. Lily clung to her arm, eyes huge, as Hope snatched 2 cheap plastic flashlights from a hook near the stockroom door. The beams wobbled wildly at first, then steadied as she gripped them in both shaking hands. We wrestled the bell toward the loading door. Every few inches, the pallet caught on some invisible ridge in the concrete. Each time we had to stop, rebrace, and lift, the weight digging deeper into our fingers, into our backs. My breath sawed in and out of my chest. Every inhale tasted like dust and cold metal. "Almost there," Ron grunted, though we were not even out of the storeroom. Hale was in my head again, bright and attentive. "Left hand higher," he murmured, as my grip slipped. "You will want your fingers clear when you hit the threshold." The first time we hauled her up, we lost a fingernail or two. Men screamed, did not stop. We reached the door. Ron shouldered it open. The storm roared in, immediately soaking the bell's dull surface in a skin of water, streaking the dried reddish stains into something that looked newly wet. The temperature dropped 10 degrees in a breath. Wind shoved at us, trying to make the bell roll backward. "Careful!" Luke snapped, fighting to keep his footing. "Watch the lip! Watch the lip!" We maneuvered it down the shallow ramp, the wood of the pallet bumping over each metal strip with a heavy, hollow thunk. The dolly wheels skidded when they hit the wet pavement outside, skittering sideways. The bell lurched. Hope's flashlight beam slashed across it, catching the cracked edge in a brief, stark glare before swinging away again to search the ground ahead. The world beyond the store had become a corridor of water and noise. Main Street was almost unrecognizable, just dark shapes where buildings were, a white haze where the rain was thickest. The occasional flash of lightning flattening everything into a brief, black and white snapshot. The wind pushed the rain at us from an angle, so that we were constantly turning our faces away, eyes squinted against the sting. "Walk it!" Ron shouted. "Back straight! Do not try to deadlift it! Let it roll!" We half shuffled, half staggered. The bell's lip scraped along the asphalt whenever we misjudged, sending up a piercing, metallic tang sound that cut straight through the storm. Each time it happened, everyone flinched, as if expecting it to ring. The noise felt like a warning or a promise. Windows along the street were lit in places, pale rectangles behind curtains. As we passed, a few, very few, curtains twitched. Faces appeared for the briefest of moments. Pale ovals, eyes huge and dark. The thin silhouettes watched us, saw the shape we struggled with, and snapped the curtains shut again. Locks clicked, sharp and distinct, even under the rain. "Let them hide," Hale crooned. They chose the sound once. They chose the silence after. Let them choose the dark now and pretend it is safety. Rain hit the bell in 100 separate impacts, each drop a tiny finger tapping out a frenetic code on the metal. The sound built as we went, until it became its own layer under the larger storm, a pattering, insistent chatter like knuckles on a coffin. The route was short. It felt endless. Every step forward cost something. Skin peeled under my palms. My thighs shook. The bell seemed to grow heavier the closer we came to the church, as if gravity itself were thickening around it in anticipation. "Watch that crack!" Ron barked once, as the bell tipped dangerously, the fractured seam threatening to take more weight than it could bear. If it splits, maybe that is the end of it," Jenna gasped. "It will not," Luke said grimly. "You know it won't." In my head, Hale hummed something tuneless and satisfied. "You are doing well," he said. "Do you feel it? The curve of it against your hands, the way it drinks the storm? You understand now why I loved it. How else can a man touch judgment?" We reached the church steps. The building loomed out of the rain, blank, boarded front, burned steeple disappearing up into the low cloud ceiling. The stairs up to the doors were slick with moss and years of neglect, the concrete darkened by the downpour, edges softened by time. "Slow," Ron warned. "We rush this. Someone's getting crushed." Hope and Lily shone their flashlights at the steps, beams jittering, illuminating patches of green slickness. I could feel the bell's want. It was not a thought exactly, more like a directional pull, a compulsion for movement. Up, forward, into. The closer we got, the more insistent it became, tugging at the muscles in my arms, at the tendons in my hands. "Step up," Luke called, taking the first riser. His boot slipped a fraction on the wet stone. He caught himself with a curse. "Careful, watch the moss." We heaved together, trying to lift the bell's weight just enough to get over the first step. The pallet caught for a second, then scraped up. The sound it made was rough and loud, a deep wooden screech that echoed off the facade. Behind us, the storm howled approval. "Again," Ron grunted. "One more." There are ordinary falls, and there are falls that seem to arrive on cue. Hope's feet hit the step as she darted sideways, flashlight beam chasing some imagined obstacle. Her sneaker landed on a patch of moss that had been hiding under a thin film of water. For one instant, she hovered, arms pinwheeling, the light cutting a wild arc across the bell and all of our faces. Then gravity chose. Her heel slid. Her legs shot out from under her. She went backward, the back of her head striking the sharp edge of the step with a hollow, decisive crack. The sound was small compared to the storm, compared to the scraping of the pallet and the grunt of our efforts, but it went through me like a nail. Jenna screamed, a raw animal sound that the wind grabbed and shredded. Hope's flashlight clattered down the stairs, spinning, its beam wheeling crazily over the ground, the bell, the bodies. Hope did not move. Her eyes were open, staring up at the black sky, raindrops landing on her pupils and not triggering so much as a blink. A thin trickle of water and something darker slid from the corner of her hairline, disappearing into the flooded step. Her chest did not rise. The bell in our hands rang. No one touched the clapper. No collision forced it. No rope tugged. It shivered once, a ripple running through the metal under my fingers, and a single clean bong rolled out of it, low and hungry. The sound shot straight up the steps, under the doors, into the bones of the church, announcing itself in a voice that was not an echo, but a reclaiming. Luke froze. For a fraction of a second, I saw every cell in his body rebel, every instinct to drop the bell, to run to his daughter, to push past physics and time and demand she respond. He did not drop it, not entirely. One of his hands slipped free, reaching toward Hope. The bell tipped, weight shifting crazily. I grabbed harder. Ron swore. Jenna let out a sob, but did not let go. The whole contraption nearly rolled back down, and for a heartbeat I thought we would all go with it, crushed under the thing we had tried to command. The bell steadied. Hope did not. "Hope!" Jenna shrieked, the name ripped out of her. She lunged, but the angle, the weight, the placement of her hands on the bell, everything was wrong. She could not get free without risking the rest of us dropping it onto her. "Hope, baby, look at me." Lily stood on the step above her sister, hair plastered to her face, flashlight beam trembling. She looked down at Hope's stillness, at the widening halo of water and red, and made a small, broken sound that did not even make it to a full sob. "Do not move," I heard myself say, voice raw. Do not move it. If we drop this..." The sentence died. Because in that moment, staring at the bell, at Hope, at the doors looming above us, the shape of the truth finally snapped into miserable clarity. We had told ourselves a story. We had told ourselves we were doing something brave, that we were going to use the bell against whatever force was tearing through our town, that we were hauling the weapon back to its original field so that somehow it could be disarmed or exhausted on our terms. But the feel under my hands told a different story. The weight that had seemed resistance before now read like momentum. Each step it had allowed us to climb had not been us conquering it, but it allowing us to lift it into the place it wanted to be. The humming under its skin had grown stronger the closer we came to the sanctuary, not weaker, as if it were drinking in the storm, the fear, the blood. We were not wielding it. It was using us, using our need for a solution, our terror of standing still, our desperate desire to turn this into an action movie where the heroes carry the bomb away from the crowd. It had borrowed our muscles, our stubbornness, our guilt, and it had taken payment on the way. On the path from storeroom to steps, it had collected what it believed it was owed. Evelyn, the farmer, the young mother, the little girl by the side door. Now Hope, skull struck on stone at the exact moment its body sang again. Debt settled in its own logic. The storm screamed around us. The bell pulsed under my hands, eager. The doors of the church loomed above, waiting to receive what we had dragged to them like an offering. I finally understood that this was not a rescue mission. It was a procession, a coronation march, and I, hands locked around the lip of the bell, soaked in rain and the spray of my parishioners' grief, was not leading judgment to its end. I was helping it find its throne. 7.1. Ringing the real bell, we left Hope on the steps. Writing that sentence feels like blasphemy, but there is no softer way to say it. Jenna stayed with her, of course. She wrapped her body around her child's, tried to shield her from rain that no longer mattered, screamed at the sky until her voice broke. Lily knelt beside them, small hand on her sister's shoulder, as if touch alone could keep her from drifting away completely. The rest of us kept moving. The bell pressed its demand into our muscles. The storm screamed around us, somewhere between the threshold of the sanctuary and the base of the tower stairs. Whatever line still separated choice from momentum blurred. Inside, the air felt thicker than water. We hauled the bell across the sanctuary floor, the pallet gouging long scars into the old boards. The living parted, backing toward the walls, toward the pews, mouths open in silent or not so silent horror. Some pressed themselves flat against the paneling, as if the wood might swallow them and keep them safe. Others dropped to their knees, heads bowed, eyes clamped shut, lips moving at a speed I could not track. Every time the bell's lip struck a knot in the wood, it gave a small, bright tang, like a spoon hitting the edge of a glass in an empty room. The sound made people flinch as if slapped. The tower stairs were behind a door I had never opened. Ron threw it wide, and the smell hit first. Old dust, old smoke, old pigeon droppings, the faint mildew tang of rain that had snuck in through cracks. The stairwell itself was a narrow, spiraling shaft of wood and stone, lit only by the gray light leaking in from slatted vents above. "Up," Ron said. His voice sounded like it belonged to someone older. "The old rig is still there. We will use the block and tackle. No way we are carrying this thing all the way." I remembered hearing that before, in one of the minutes I had read. Block and tackle. Safety bolts. Inspection overdue. I had assumed someone had taken it all down after the fall. But when we pushed the bell to the base of the stairwell and craned our necks, we saw them. The black shapes of pulleys and wheels, bolted to the beams like the bones of some great mechanical spider that had refused to die. The rope hung there, thick and gray with age, coils resting against the wall. "I thought you said you took it all apart," I said. "I thought we did," Ron answered. He did not sound surprised. He sounded resigned. Together, we wound the rope around the bell, looping it under the lip, over the crown, threading it through the iron ring that had been cast into the top for exactly this purpose. Our fingers stumbled, numb from cold and exhaustion, but the knots held. The rope felt awful in my hands. Rough, damp, smelling of mold and old sweat and something metallic that may have been memory. "Up we go," Luke said, voice flat. He had gone past grief into a place I did not want to map. He took the first step onto the stairs, shoulders braced under the rope. "Get behind me, push when I say. Don't let the slack get weird or it'll swing." We climbed. The bell did not come easily. It dragged at every turn, scraped the edges of the stairwell, bumped against the walls with low, groaning thuds. The rope scraped through the pulleys overhead, making the metal wheels shriek in high, desperate whines. Step by step, inch by inch, we hauled it up toward the hollow that had been waiting for it. Every few feet, we had to stop and wedge blocks of wood under its edge to keep it from slipping back and taking us all with it. My arms shook. Sweat mixed with rain on my face, burning my eyes. My breathing narrowed to a harsh rasp in my ears. The tower, which had looked tall from the street, became endless from the inside. Beneath us, through the gaps in the stair treads, I could see empty space falling away to the sanctuary floor far below. The sounds from down there bled upward. Crying, praying, someone retching into a hymnal rack. The storm's roar wrapped around the building, hitting the slatted vents with gusts that made the tower sway. Between our labored breaths and the groan of the wood, another sound threaded itself in. A low, continuous metallic friction. The bell's body scraped occasionally against the inner beams, leaving fresh, bright streaks on old wood. Each contact sent a shudder up the rope, into our hands, into our shoulders. It was not just the building that was complaining now. It was the bell, reacquainting itself with its original cage. By the time we reached the level just below the belfry, my legs felt like hollow things. My fingers were cramped claws around the rope. The bell hung below us now, dangling in the dim shaft, swaying slightly with each gust that nudged the tower. The pulleys overhead creaked with strain. "Almost there," Ron puffed, half a flight above me. "Just a few more rungs. We get it level with the beams, secure it. Then we can..." "Then we can what?" Luke snapped. "Invite it to tea?" He kept climbing anyway. At last, the stairway opened into the belfry. The space was both larger and smaller than I expected. Larger, in the sense that it felt like standing inside the skull of some enormous thing, that hollow, domed quality of sound, the way every breath echoed back a fraction of a second later. Smaller because the walls were closer than the outside view suggested, the slats narrowing the light into stripes, the beams crossing overhead like ribs. The opening where the bell had once hung yawned in the center. The mounting frame was still there, 2 heavy beams with a cradle between, iron brackets and pins, the scars of the previous bell's long residence etched into the wood. The crack where the fall had splintered the structure had been roughly repaired, extra boards bolted on like hasty bandages. It all looked tired and offended, but it held. The empty space above it, where I had seen the circular shadow in the lightning, felt charged, as if the absence itself were leaning toward us. "Bring it up," I heard myself say. My voice did not sound like leadership anymore. It sounded like compliance. We braced ourselves along the beams and hauled on the rope one more time. The bell rose into the belfry like something surfacing from deep water. Its black shoulders cleared the lip of the opening. The crack running up its side caught the thin light and made it seem deeper, a doorway into nothing. Drops of rain ran down its surface, tracing the old reddish crust at the mouth, waking it up. The tower groaned, not from wind this time, from weight, from recognition. The rope sang in our hands as tension increased, fibers straining, biting into our palms. The pulleys screeched in protest. The beam above our heads rattled, shaking dust loose in a choking shower. "Easy," Ron grunted. "Easy. Swing it. There. There." We maneuvered it into the cradle. It was like trying to tuck a wolf into a dog bed. The bell fought us in small ways, extra swings, unexpected lurches, but in the larger sense, it cooperated. It knew, with that stupid, awful certainty, exactly where it wanted to be. The moment its weight settled onto the beam, the whole tower exhaled in a long, low creak. We drove the pins home with a mallet. Each blow rang through the bell's body with a high, thin note, answering in kind, like a laugh suppressed behind closed lips. My teeth rattled. The skin on my arms tightened with goose flesh. When it was finally seated, hung, really, once more on its pivot, we stepped back, each of us slightly hunched, as if expecting it to swing on its own and take one of us with it. Below, in the sanctuary, the noise shifted. I could not see the people, but I could hear them. They had heard the scraping, the hammering, the deep, bone-linked rumble of the bell's ascent. Now, with the weight of it settled overhead, the timbre of their voices changed. Some prayers turned frantic. Others dropped into stunned quiet. Someone started singing something off-key and was quickly shushed. The storm outside crashed against the slats, rain forcing its way through in fine sprays that dampened the floor, the beams, our faces. The wind found the bell's shape and played around it, making low, exploratory moans. I stepped forward and wrapped my hands around the rope. It hung from the pivot, thick and familiar, rough under my fingers, smelling of mildew and the dried sweat of men who had pulled it before me. The fiber scratched my palms, found every raw spot and claimed it. The bell tugged at the rope with its own small intentions, an almost imperceptible longing to swing. I could not tell any more where physics ended and something else began. My arms ached. My fingers trembled. The tower swayed in the gusts, the whole structure a living thing around me, old and wounded and eager. The rope vibrated against my skin, not from any visible movement, but from anticipation. Hale's voice did not whisper now. It filled the belfry. "One more service," he said, his tone rich and full, riding on the thunder. One more correction, then rest, then order. He spoke as if we were colleagues, as if I had been part of his plan all along. I looked down the stairwell. Ron was on the landing below, face upturned, one hand gripping the rail, the other white-knuckled on the rope where it descended past him. His eyes met mine, questioning and resigned all at once. "When it rings," I shouted down, words snatched and frayed at the edges by wind. "You all have to speak against it. Do you hear me? Pray, sing, shout. Whatever you know how to do it loud, drown it out, do not agree with it. Not with your mouths, not with your silence." He nodded once. Whether in understanding or desperation, I could not say. Below him, further down, I could hear movement as the message passed. "He says pray loud," someone muttered. "He says fight it." A hysterical laugh. "How you fight a bell?" A voice snapping. "Shut up and try." The rope twisted slightly in my grip, as if reminding me of its presence. I looked at my hands. The tremor in them was pronounced now, a visible shake along the muscles and tendons. The belfry was cold. The wind knifed through the slats. The storm clawed at the tower. I could have told myself it was just adrenaline, just exhaustion. The truth sat heavier. My hands were not shaking because I was afraid. They were shaking because I wanted to know. I wanted, with a part of myself I had spent years pretending did not exist, to hear the sound this thing would make now that it had its body back. I wanted to know what the real bell would do unleashed, not just echoing in walls and bones. I wanted, God forgive me, to hear a verdict that would settle something inside me, one way or the other. Would it vindicate my anger at the people who never changed? Would it expose the hypocrisy I hated and secretly felt complicit in? Would it prove Hale right? Or would it prove him damned? My fingers tightened around the rope, feeling the roughness bite into the soft flesh between thumb and forefinger. "You see?" Hale said, almost tender. "You understand. They bring you their mess and call it holy. You carry it until your back breaks. This is cleaner. One downstroke and the pretense stops." Below, voices rose. I could hear them now, words tumbling over each other, some in King James cadences, some in the plain speech of people who had never trusted themselves to pray aloud before. Names of God flung upward like rocks, pleas, accusations. Someone singing the first verse of an old hymn that 3 different people picked up out of habit. It was noise. It was a beginning. The bell waited above me, heavy, patient, sure. My hands, shaking with something that was no longer simple fear, tightened around the rope as I braced to pull. 7.2. The culling and the silence after. There is a moment, when you pull a bell rope, where nothing happens yet. You feel the rough fibers bite into your palms. You feel the resistance, a heavy, slow reluctance at the other end of the line. Your muscles engage, your shoulders drop. The rope burns a little against your skin. But for that fraction of a second, the world is exactly as it was. Then the weight moves. I pulled. The rope slid through my hands, rough and damp and alive. The bell at the top of the tower tipped, slowly at first, then with gathering intention. I felt the arc in my arms before I registered it in sound. The long, heavy swing of metal that had been waiting years to remember its path. Then it hit. The clapper struck the bell's inner wall with a force that did not belong to the simple physics of our pull. The sound that burst out of it was not a note. It was an event. It erupted into the belfry like a physical thing, a wave of pressure that slapped my eardrums and punched the breath out of my chest. It was low and deep and impossibly dense, packed with overtones that crawled along my nerves. There was texture in it, layers upon layers of something that was not quite sound and not quite memory. If the phantom chimes we had been hearing all week were charcoal sketches, this was the finished painting. Inside that single strike, I heard echoes of other noises that had nothing to do with metal. Voices screaming, raw and panicked. Voices praying, high and desperate. The sickening crack of bone. The thud of bodies hitting wood. Sobs torn from throats already hoarse. They were not distinct, but they were there, folded into the resonance like trapped air in glass. The whole tower convulsed. Beams shuddered. Bolts groaned. Dust cascaded from the rafters in thick, choking clouds, carrying with it flecks of old paint and ash. The slatted vents rattled in their frames, letting in slashes of gray light that seemed to vibrate with the sound. My teeth slammed together hard enough to make my jaw ache. My eyes stung, not just from dust, but from some invisible pressure pushing against them from inside my skull. The rope in my hands jumped, alive with a force far beyond what my arms had put into it. Below, in the sanctuary, the bell landed like a bomb. I could not see them, but I felt the impact as the sound dropped through the floorboards and exploded outward. The tower shaft acted like a cannon barrel, directing the full force of the strike down onto the room where the living still huddled. Some people dropped instantly. I heard it. The staggered collapse of bodies hitting wood, like sacks of grain knocked from a shelf. A dozen small impacts layered over one another in a horrific chord. Knees buckling, shoulders striking pewbacks, skulls glancing off armrests. A woman's scream cut off in the middle as air was punched out of her. Others remained standing, wobbling under the blow. Their prayers did not stop, but the bell tore through them, shredding the words. Lord have became fragments, syllables yanked apart by the sheer volume. Voices that had been loud a second before now sounded thin and torn, like someone shouting through a hurricane. Cupped hands at ears made no difference. The sound did not travel only through air, it traveled through everything. Through wood, through stone, through flesh. You could clamp your palms over your ears until your arms shook and still feel the note vibrating in your sternum, your teeth, the fluid in your eyes. The phantom bells did not disappear. They joined. For a few terrible seconds, the real bell's roar overlapped with the thinner, disembodied chimes that had plagued us for days. The two tones did not match. They beat against each other, producing a pulsing, nauseating interference pattern. A double heartbeat out of sync, trying to align. Ba-bong, ba-bong, ba-bong. The tower itself seemed to breathe with that rhythm. The rope jerked in my hands, straining to complete the swing, eager for another strike. My shoulders burned. Every muscle in my arms screamed, but some deeper momentum kept dragging my body through the motion. Inside that layered ringing, I felt something else. Two intentions, grinding against each other. One was Hale's. I recognized the flavor of it. Cold, righteous, fixated on order. He wanted this bell to complete a pattern he believed in, to carve the world cleanly down the line he had drawn between fit and unfit. There was a sick satisfaction in it, like a man finally getting to finish a sentence everyone else had interrupted. The other was older. It was not evil in the easy way a sermon might define it. It was indifferent the way gravity is indifferent. It desired balance and blood and symmetry without caring whose. It had been here long before Hale and would be here long after. To it, the bell was just a mouth. Hale was just a tongue. They grappled, those two wills, inside the metal's shuddering body. The bell's note wobbled, then steadied, then wobbled again, as if something were trying to bend it to a cleaner pitch. The interference pattern between real and phantom chimes stuttered, sped up, slowed. Below, people screamed, prayed, begged. "Stop!" I tried to shout, dragging back on the rope, trying to choke the arc, to dampen the swing. My mouth opened. What came out was not "stop." "More!" I heard myself bellow, the word ripped from under my ribs. "More!" It echoed down the shaft, bounced off the beams, dropped like a command into the sanctuary. Hale's laughter flooded my head. My tongue felt thick and heavy in my mouth, as if a layer of cold metal had been laid across it. When I tried to move it, I felt resistance, like trying to talk with someone else's hand clamped over your jaw. The bell swung again. The second strike was worse because I was awake for it in a different way. I felt the clapper slam into the opposite side with a vicious eagerness, heard the note bloom even richer, the overtones multiplying. If the first strike had been a verdict, this one was a declaration. Down below, another wave of falls, more thuds, more fractured cries. A man's voice shouted a name, again and again, each repetition fraying. Someone gagged, retched. The sour smell of vomit floated up the shaft, a human, pathetic counterpoint to the bell's grand horror. And then, the storm outside stopped. Not eased, not moved on, stopped. 1 second, rain was battering the slats, wind howling around the steeple, thunder rolling over us in long, growling waves. The next, it was as if a switch had been thrown. No more rain. The pounding on the roof ceased mid-beat, the last drops sliding down the bell's shoulders and pattering onto the floor in a sudden, discrete series of drips. The wind cut off so completely that the absence made my ears ring in a new way. Distant thunder, which had been a constant bed under everything else, vanished. The bell rang on for a heartbeat, maybe two, its last note hanging in the clean, newly emptied air. Then that too died. The silence that followed was not empty. It was thick and heavy and crowded with everything that had just happened. My own breathing sounded obscenely loud in it, harsh and ragged. Dust motes drifted through the faint light like ash in zero gravity. For the first time in what felt like hours, I could hear individual sounds, a board creaking somewhere below as someone shifted their weight. A muffled sob, the fragile, stubborn murmur of someone still praying, voice so hoarse they could barely form syllables. The small clink of glass rolling on wood, maybe a dropped communion cup finally coming to rest. My hands hurt. I realized that I was still clutching the rope, knuckles white, fingers cramping. Slowly, as if relearning how to control them, I loosened my grip. The rope slid a fraction of an inch and then stopped. The bell settling into stillness, its mass now content. My legs did not feel reliable. I let myself sag back against the belfry wall, the rough boards catching at my robe. My knees quivered. Every breath felt like it had to claw its way past something lodged high in my chest. Below, someone began to cry in earnest, deep, racking sobs that had nothing to do with fear anymore, and everything to do with loss. Another voice called a name, over and over, each repetition a little more unbelieving. No one answered. I should have gone down. I should have run down the stairs, flung myself into the wreckage of the sanctuary, started counting the living and the dead. I should have checked pulses, made phone calls, wrapped arms around shoulders, done all the things they teach you to do when catastrophe strikes. Instead, I stood there in the thick, unnatural silence, lungs burning, hands still tingling from the rope. because something else was moving. I heard it before I felt it. A footstep on the wooden stairs. It was small, almost polite. A creak of old wood accepting weight. Not the uneven pounding of panicked people rushing up. Not the heavy thud of a body scrambling. Just a single, measured step. Then another. They came slowly, each one separated by enough time that I could count the distance closing between the sanctuary floor and the belfry. Step. Pause. Step. The tower responded to each with the faintest of sways, sympathetic. "Ron?" I called, voice cracking. "Luke?" No answer. The footsteps continued. Step, pause, step. They reached the last landing. I felt the vibration through the boards, small but distinct, like a hand laid briefly on my shoulder. I turned, heart slamming against my ribs, expecting to see someone, anyone, round the curve of the stairs. There was no one there. The staircase was empty. The landing was empty. The only movement came from the last of the dust settling out of the air and the slow drip of rainwater off the bell's lip. The footsteps did not stop. They changed direction. The sensation of weight shifted off the visible boards and onto something else. Something that did not creak and did not show footprints. The air in the belfry thickened, pressing closer. The hairs on my arms stood up. It was not something coming toward me from outside anymore. It was something crossing a threshold, crossing into me. It did not crash in. There was no cinematic lunge, no sudden blackout. It came the way a person enters a familiar house at the end of a long day, quietly, with practiced ease, touching door frames and light switches without looking. I felt it as a series of small, impossibly intimate sensations. A weight settling into the back of my eyes, as if someone had just sat down in the seat behind them. A hand, not physical, but no less real, resting in the hollow of my throat, feeling how the words passed there. A presence easing itself into the curve of my ribs, testing the fit, like someone seeing whether the old coat still buttoned. "Better," Hale murmured, from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Much better." My own heartbeat echoed in my ears, too loud, too hard. For a moment, I could not tell whether the silence around us was blessed or just the pause a butcher takes between swings. 7.3, the ending you are hearing right now. Right now, it is quiet. I am sitting at the little desk in the parsonage, the one shoved up against the window that looks out over the side yard and the skeleton of the steeple. The blinds are half closed, because I do not like to see the tower straight on while I write this. The only light in the room is the lamp beside me and the pale glow from the laptop screen. You might be hearing this through someone else's voice, read aloud on a channel somewhere, on a night that is not this night. For me, it is just the clack of the keys and the soft whir of the aging fan in the base of the computer. There has not been a storm here since that Sunday. That is the first thing people always want to know, the few who dare to ask. No, the black sky did not come back. No, the radar has not painted that same angry red spiral over our little nowhere town again. Rain, yes. Normal thunder, yes. But that particular pressure, that particular weight in the clouds, it has not returned. The town is quieter now, in ways that have nothing to do with weather. Some people packed up and left within a week. U-Hauls in the driveways at dawn. Cars loaded with plastic tubs and mattresses strapped with rope. No big goodbyes. They did not come to tell me they were going, and I did not chase them. I watched a few of them drive past the parsonage and pretended I did not recognize the cars. Others stayed. They walk softer now. They do not slam doors as much. Conversations on porches drop off when footsteps approach. Laughter, when it comes, has a nervous little trill in it, like it expects to be interrupted. We still have services. The trustees argued about it for all of 10 minutes, and then decided doing nothing was worse than whatever we might be doing by opening the doors. So we unlock them on Sundays. People come. Not as many as filled the room that day, but enough to call it a congregation. Enough to make it worth turning the lights on. No one has dropped dead mid-hymn since. Heart attacks still happen, of course. Strokes, cancer, car accidents on icy roads. The world has not stopped being mortal, but we have not had another moment where a bell rings and bodies fold in unison. No more people collapsing in the aisle with their eyes wide and their mouths half-formed around a word they never finish. And yet, every now and then, when I am preaching, especially when the text is about judgment, about order, about sin and consequence, I notice something ripple through the pews. It is subtle. A hand goes to a chest, fingers pressed lightly against fabric, as if checking something beneath. Someone's face changes, just for a second, the way a face does when a muscle cramps in the leg. A shoulder twitches, a jaw tightens. I will be saying words about the heart of man, or the law written within. And I will see 3 or 4 people shift in the same small, startled way, eyes unfocused, as if they have heard something under the spoken words. A vibration, not quite sound, not quite pain. They breathe through it. The moment passes. They stay upright. When the service ends and I stand at the back with my practiced smile, their hands are steady when they shake mine. But sometimes I feel the faint, lingering echo of a tremor in their grip, like their bodies are only just now catching up to whatever passed through them. I tell myself I am imagining it. Then there are the sounds when I am alone. The laptop I am typing on has a built-in microphone. It is not good quality. It picks up every little noise and turns it into a flat, tinny smear. The first time I tried to record part of this, because that is how these stories travel now, is it not? I sat here, just as I am now, and told the first half out loud into the empty room. I listened back. Between my sentences, between the rasp of my breath and the faint hum of the refrigerator in the next room, there were tiny intrusions, little bright spikes on the waveform. When I replayed those spots with the volume up, I heard it clearly. A single thin chime, exactly where there should have been silence. It was not loud. It did not swell. It just slipped between 2 words, quick and clean, like a scalpel through soft tissue. I paused the recording. I listened in real time to the room. All I heard was the refrigerator, the click of the thermostat, a truck passing on the highway half a mile away. When I hit play again, the tiny bell was still there. It has done that more than once now. It never appears in the same place twice. It is never where I expect it. But whenever I talk about the bell out loud, whenever I lean too hard into the parts of the story that make my jaw tighten with anger or my mouth curl with something dangerously close to satisfaction, the microphone finds it. A little secret ring. Here's the part I have taken too long to admit. I do not think the bell ever truly lived in the steeple, or in Ron's storeroom, or in that tower the day we hauled it back up like penitents offering up a sin. Those were just its mouths. It lives in the way a town decides, together and quietly, that some lives are worth less. It lives in the jokes that are not really jokes about dead weight and bad stock and kids who are a lost cause. It lives in the way people looked at certain names in the prayer list and rolled their eyes. It lives in the part of me that felt a tiny, shameful release when the pews thinned out. Since the day we hung it again, I have slept better. That is the sentence that terrifies me more than any other I have written here. My nightmares have grown less frequent. I wake up fewer times in the dark, gasping for air, sure I hear something moving in the tower. My shoulders, which had been knotted tight for months, have loosened. Something in me relaxes at the thought that a reckoning has already happened, that some unnamed order has been restored, that the worst is behind us. There is a part of me, a pastor, a supposed shepherd, that is relieved the flock is smaller. That is what the bell likes. It needs metal, yes. It needs physics. But it also needs that part of us that nods along when someone we have already judged suffers. It needs the part that believes, even a little, that some people had it coming. By the time you hear this, all of this, the bell has already learned a new way to ring. It does not require wood or rope or a tower. Those are luxuries. It has found more efficient architecture. It needs a voice, a room, or a comment section, or a group chat where people agree that certain other people are the problem. Every time someone listens to this story and feels that little secret thrill when the right people fall, the abuser, the addict, the gossip, the coward, and tells themselves that what happened in that sanctuary was rough but righteous, they offer the bell a new piece of rope. Every time you replay the moment in your mind where the man in the pew dropped, or the young mother, or the little girl on the step, and you think, even for a heartbeat, well, the town had to pay somehow. It weaves another fiber into its line. That is my working theory now. Not theology, not science. Just a man who has watched too many people nod along to the sound and only flinch when it finally hits someone they like. You are somewhere else as you hear this. Maybe you are in your bed, phone glowing on the pillow beside you, earbuds pushed in, the rest of the room dark and quiet. Maybe you are in your kitchen, dishwater cooling in the sink, laptop propped open on the counter, this playing while you wipe crumbs into your hand. Maybe you are in your car in a dark parking lot, engine off, screen balanced on the steering wheel, while rain taps a softer rhythm on your windshield than it ever did here. Look around you for a moment. There are things in the room that know how to make sound. Your phone, your television, the microwave in the corner with its polite digital beep, the doorbell just outside your wall, the alarm clock on your nightstand, the little chime your car makes when the key is still in the ignition. Most of the time, those noises are boring. They mark time, or temperatures, or messages. You have trained yourself to ignore them. If, sometime in the next few nights, especially when you are thinking about this story, about the people in it, about who deserved what, one of those devices lets out a single wrong-sounding chime, pay attention. Not a series, not a scheduled alarm, just one clear, poorly timed note. Not quite the right tone, not quite the right moment. That will not be an accident. That will be the bell testing the weight of your heart. I would like to end by telling you I am fighting it as I type this. That every word has been a struggle against something pressed up close behind my eyes. That I am resisting, line by line. But you have ears. If someone chose to record these words, to set them against soft static and maybe a little rain noise for atmosphere, listen closely. Listen under the narrator's voice. There will be a moment, brief, almost lost, where my breathing changes, where it catches just slightly, and another faint, metallic sound slips in beside it, as if something else is pacing its inhalations with mine. When you hear that, understand this. The Sunday never really ended. We just moved the congregation.